Mr. Shebel, please read the reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bills 1038, 1189 as amended, and Senate Bills 49, 144, 168, 193, and 194 be referred to the Committee of the Whole. Committee on Education, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: Senate Bill 27 be amended as follows, unless amended be referred to the Committee on Finance, and Senate Bill 167 be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Committee on Business Affairs and Labor, after consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following: Senate Bill 181 be referred to the Committee on Appropriations. Senate Bill 186 be amended as follows, and also amended be referred to the Committee on Finance. Senate Bill 277 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, and Senate Bill 160 be postponed indefinitely. Committee on Finance, after consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following: Senate Bill 122 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations, and Committee on State, Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs, after consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bill 1333 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move the following bills be made special orders on April 24, 2025 at 3:27 p.m. Listen carefully, members. House Bill 1333, Senate Bill 194, House Bill 1189, House Bill 1038, Senate Bill 20, Senate Bill 144, Senate Bill 81, Senate Bill 277, House Bill 1159, Senate Bill 41, Senate Bill 203, Senate Bill 168, Senate Bill 193, Senate Bill 182, Senate Bill 147, and Senate Bill 205.
Seeing no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be made special orders today, April 24th at 3:27 p.m. Representative English. Members, you have heard the motion. Representative English will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. Got y'all attention, didn't I? Okay. Now, with your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen, on iLegislate, and in today's folder on your box account. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader. The court rule is relaxed. Mr. Sheba, please read the title of House Bill 25-1333. I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to proceed out of order for the consideration of Senate Bill 194.
The committee will move out of order for consideration of Senate Bill 194. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move Senate Bill 194.
Okay. Mr. Sheba, please read this title of Senate Bill 25-194.
Senate Bill 194 by Senators Michelson, Janine Mullica, also Representatives Duran and Hartsook, concerning the continuation of the Dental Practice Act.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, real quick here, what this bill does is for dental care, health care.
1 second, please. Members, we're just starting, and we just really need to hear. Please, thank you. Can you move the bill? Representative Hartsook?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move Senate Bill 194.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. Representative Hartsook to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as I was saying, what this bill is focused on is patient safety, security, and health care. As you go in, you see your dental provider, whether you're seeing your dentist, orthodontist, getting a cleaning, this is ensuring that anybody who is treating you has been accredited through CODA, which is the national accreditation across the entire country. And that's what the standard that we're using here in Colorado. It's a continuation of that care to ensure that when you go in to see the dentist, you know exactly the level of care and the expectation that you're going to get. We would ask for an aye vote.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good bill. Vote yes.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 25-194? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 194. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Senate Bill 25-194 is adopted. Mr. Sheba, please read the title of House Bill 25-1333.
House Bill 1333 by Representatives McCluskey and Duran, also Senators Coleman and Rodriguez, concerning the creation of the Legislative Human Resources Division to provide human resource services to the legislative branch.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move House Bill 1333.
To the bill. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
Members, in 2018, this branch, the legislative branch, created the Office of Legislative Workplace Relations, and that office has served us well. But over our years in office, we have recognized that the legislative branch, with nearly 500 employees, desperately needs a human resources centralized division for the branch, a centralized department that can help us with recruiting and retention, training, professional development, compensation, a full, robust payroll and benefits department, as well as employee relations. So the Executive Committee last summer launched a request to our staff. I lift up the amazing Director DeCecco with OLLS, Director Fitzsimons with OLWR, Director Castle in LCS, Director Harper in JBC, our own Chief of Staff, Rebecca Kisner. They worked very hard to review what other state legislatures do with HR departments, and they brought forward a proposal to the Executive Committee. Given our budgetary challenges this year, this is not an expansion of our branch or our government. We are not adding FTE, but we are reorganizing. We are creating a human resources division with House Bill 1333, and ultimately in the years to come, I hope that we are able to reorganize, bring all of those different HR functions under one roof, under one umbrella, and better serve not only the members of the General Assembly and our staff, but all of the employees in those agencies that are a part of the legislative branch. I urge a yes vote.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Another amazing bill. Please vote yes.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 251333? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1333. All those in favor say aye. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. House Bill 251333 is adopted. Mr. Sheba, please read the title of House Bill 251189.
House Bill 1189 by Representative Morrow concerning regulation related to the registration of motor vehicles.
Representative Morrow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 251189.
Is there a
And the
committee report? Okay. So is it the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government report and the Appropriations report?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Representative Morrow.
Thank you. The Transportation Committee report, we passed an amendment to remove any fees.
1 second, Representative Morrow. We have to do the Appropriations report first.
Oh, my apologies. The
Representative Morrow.
Appropriations Committee, we passed an amendment to make sure that the fiscal note was 0, and I asked for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The Appropriations report is adopted. To the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In transportation, we had an amendment to remove the fee increase, so there will be no fee increase, and I asked for an aye vote.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and was not Transportation Committee, and I was just speaking with my clerk, so I just want to clarify. So the amendment, even though the title says Motor Vehicle Registration Reform and Fees, is no longer touching fees. I just want to make sure, because I had a couple of my clerks come up and say they're confused, so and I'm not Transportation Committee, so I just wanted the clarification.
Representative Morrow.
Thank you for the question. There was a proposed $4 fee increase that we did amend out of the bill. We do have the ability for fees to adjust for inflation over time going forward. There's no automatic set increase, and any set increase was removed, amended out. And I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The Transportation, Housing, and Local Government report is adopted. Representative Morrow, to the bill.
Thank you. And this is a really simple bill. This is a product of 2 years of stakeholder meetings with key partners in private sector as well as the Colorado Department of Revenue. This just changes a few things, like I mentioned, one of them being fees adjusting for inflation, and a couple other technical matters that County Clerks Association are in need of, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 251189? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1189. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. House Bill 1189 is adopted. Mr. Sheba, please read the title of House Bill 251038.
House Bill 1038 by Representative Hamrick, also Senator Marchman, concerning the implementation of an online platform to provide students pursuing post-secondary education with information about academic credit transfers.
Representative Hamrick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 251038 and the Appropriations Report and the Education Committee Report.
To the Appropriations Report.
In appropriations...
No, wait, I'm sorry. 1 second. There's no appropriations, just the Education Report.
Right.
Representative Hamrick.
Thank you. I move the Education Committee Report. In education, we passed 3 amendments. L001 made the bill's implementation more precise, transparent, and functional for students and institutions. L002 ensured that the platform is built on existing transfer policies, that the platform will be tested before it is launched, and also clarified that the platform does not guarantee admission to an institution. L003 makes participation for IHAs permissive, and I urge an aye vote for the Education Committee Report.
Is there any further discussion on the Education Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Education Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Education report is adopted. Representative Hamrick to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Johnson, Senator Baisley, and Senator Marchman and I are proud to present House Bill 251038. Knowledge is power, and this bill empowers Colorado students with a variety of information about their high school classes and their transferability in Colorado's higher ed space, and will continue to help guide students along their education journey throughout college. This system will connect Colorado students and school districts to Colorado's institutions of higher ed, thus preparing our students for post-secondary success. Despite our current statewide transfer system, students continue to face significant challenges when navigating the credit transfer process. Many struggle with lost credits, unclear policies, and difficulty accessing accurate information, often leading to unnecessary coursework, increased costs, and extended time to graduate. Currently, students must visit multiple institution websites or third-party vendors manually compiling information across various colleges and universities. This fragmented approach creates barriers for students, families, and counselors trying to make informed decisions. This bill establishes a centralized state-supported platform that will provide easy, accessible credit transfer information without requiring a login or navigating multiple tabs. Students, counselors, and families deserve a tool that allows them to quickly and accurately determine how credit transfers between Colorado institutions work. Our bill is a student-centered solution to a persistent challenge in Colorado's higher ed system, the complexity of transferring academic credits. While our institutions of higher education have done an excellent job creating transfer pathways, students will struggle with lost credits, unclear policies, and difficulty accessing reliable information. This bill is about empowering students, helping them save time, reduce costs, graduate on schedule. And by passing our bill, we are making higher education more transparent, accessible, and efficient for all of Colorado students. I urge an aye vote for House Bill 251038.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, yes, echoing the words of my good prime sponsor here, this is a permissive bill. We're going to rely on the free market to incentivize other colleges who want to opt into this to allow for a transparent process of what credits are going to be transferred or accessible, what credits are needed for a class program. We are lifelong learners. So while this is going to implement and help a lot of younger students coming in, high school to college, high school to community college, high school to an apprenticeship or other class program, this also will help those like veterans coming into the workforce, those who want to change career paths, those who thought they wanted to go to one college avenue and then are switching colleges and want to know which college is best for them and their bank account. I'm all about self-accountability, but that is hard to do if you don't have access to this information. That's all this is doing in a personal matter, is transparency in the system, so that way students can be self-accountable for what they're doing and have all the information presented, because it's really hard to make a choice when you don't know the information out there. So I would urgently say a yes on this bill, and looking forward to helping all of our students, all of our lifelong learners, make sure that they can make the best decisions for them in a transparent, permissive manner.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 251038? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1038. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. House Bill 1038 is adopted. Mr. Sheba, please read the title of Senate Bill 2520.
Senate Bill 20 by Senators Weissman and Gonzalez, also Representatives Lindsay and Mabry, concerning the enforcement of existing landlord-tenant law.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 20 and the Judiciary Committee report.
To the Judiciary report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Judiciary Committee, we added clarification on when the protections that we're putting in place would come into effect, making sure that they're narrowly tailored to cover health and safety. And then we added a clarification about notification to CHAFA and affordable housing providers. But we have an amendment to the committee report that changes one of the clarifications that we've made. And I'll call up Rep. Soper, who helped us with this amendment. But I move Amendment L41 to the committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
The amendment has been displayed. Representative Soper to the amendment, or Representative Mabry to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what we're doing in this amendment is we are clarifying when a receiver can be appointed and giving guidance to courts as to when, if there is a violation of the warranty of habitability, that they can rule that a receiver should be appointed to address an ongoing violation of the warranty of habitability. Our language in the bill as drafted, I will admit, was broad. And so we looked to how other states do this and wanted to make sure that there were more guidance for the courts. This was a issue that Representative Soper brought up in committee that he would like to see addressed, and I was glad to work with him on it.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I can't take all the credit. There were several of us in Judiciary, but I do want to thank Representative Mabry for this amendment as well. The other change that's included is saying that it's a pattern of neglect. That's a significant change from pattern in practice, because when someone is allowing their property to fall into such a state of disrepair that it's violating the warranty of habitability to where people cannot live in that premise, that's the behavior that we want to go to a receiver. Not that I'm in support of this concept, but I do appreciate having these particular guardrails here so that the courts who are having to enforce this law in the future actually have an idea of what we're talking about. And this is a very good amendment, and I'd encourage a yes vote.
Representative Mabry.
I'll just note there are 2 names on this amendment. There should probably be 3 names on this amendment. A certain former judge from North Denver helped us with this as well. And so I want to make sure that she gets credit. And with that, we ask for an aye vote on L41.
Is there any further discussion on L041? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L041. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Amendment L041 is adopted. To the committee report, or you finished with the committee report? Okay. So the question before us now is the adoption of the judiciary report as amended. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The judiciary report as amended is adopted. To the bill, Representative Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, members. This bill will help the AG, counties, and municipalities enforce already existing landlord-tenant law. Last year, we had SB 94, which dealt with habitability. This builds on that. We know there's a relationship between landlords and tenants. The landlord provides a property, the tenant pays for it, but in that agreement is that the property needs to be habitable, which means things like running water, working heat, working doors and locks, trash service, and is free from things like mold, rodents, and bugs. The vast majority of landlords do this job and provide safe living spaces for people. But what happens when they don't? We've had situations like this in my own city where an out-of-state landlord was neglecting their property so badly that the city had to remove the tenants and find new homes for them. So this bill gives tools to the Attorney General, like I said, to cities and counties to be able to take care of situations where there is severe neglect to make sure that people have safe and warm places to sleep at night. And so we ask for an aye vote.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this bill does a number of things that I want to highlight. The first is we're adding to the discretionary authority vested by this body to the Office of the Attorney General in terms of enforcement of landlord-tenant law. We're adding Part 4, Part 8, Part 10 of Title 38, Article 12 to the Attorney General's authority, respectively. These are provisions for protections of tenants who have been victims of unlawful sexual behavior, stalking, domestic violence, or other domestic abuse, or violations in terms of what is allowed and what is not allowed to be in landlord-tenant agreements. Then, as my co-prime sponsor mentioned, we are giving some enforcement authority of existing law. I want to be clear, we're not expanding any existing law, but we're expanding the enforceability of existing law, and we're giving local governments the same kind of authority that we've given the Attorney General in terms of enforcing the laws that we have already put on the books. I'll highlight that there was a particularly horrific situation out in Aurora where a dilapidated, neglected property was not being dealt with, and in spite of the fact that tenants were complaining they did not have the power to enforce violations of the warranty of habitability. And perhaps the biggest part of this bill, and I think where we will hear the most conversation today, is the legislation establishes a mechanism for independent receivership. And so that is going to be a remedy for violations of the warranty of habitability that are particularly egregious. We just changed what that looked like to make sure that it's narrow. And so basically what will happen is if a court recognizes that there's an ongoing violation of the warranty of habitability that is impacting the health and safety of tenants, in that the landlord has a pattern of neglecting those violations after receiving notice, that the court can appoint a receiver. What a receiver will do is take control of the building and the finances, make sure that the issues are addressed. And we have an amendment also that was, we had assistance from our colleague from Delta and North Denver on this amendment. So I now want to move L42. I move L42 and ask that it be properly displayed.
The amendment has been displayed. Representative Mabry to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this came from conversations with our colleague from North Denver and my colleague from Delta here about what duty does the receiver owe to the property owner outside the scope of making sure that the underlying issues that have led to the receivership are being addressed. We wanted to put in an order of operations here, talking about how the property will be maintained if it is in receivership, making sure that the lights are kept on, then making sure that the issues are addressed, and then finally clarifying that there's a fiduciary duty to the owner so that money being collected can preserve the property, and debts like mortgages, other debts, taxes will be paid. And concern raised by our colleague from Delta was that this was not clear, and so we were happy to work on an amendment to add that clarity.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the bill's sponsors and our colleague from North Denver as well for helping work on this amendment to be able to get this in here. As was eloquently described with what the amendment does, I will say the fiduciary duty is incredibly important to this bill, because Colorado will only be the fourth state to, or fourth jurisdiction, I should say, because one is Washington, D.C., to have a mechanism where a landlord's property could be moved to a receiver for the sole purpose of correcting a breach of the warranty of habitability. And we want to make sure that if all the assets of the business are being transferred over for correcting this breach, that the receiver have the legal duty as a fiduciary to pay the mortgage.
Representative Soper, can you hold on for 1 second? Members, can you please quiet down so we can hear? Thank you. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That the receiver have the duty to pay the mortgage, pay the taxes. There could be other people who work at the apartment complex, such as like the groundskeeper, and many other expenses that are part of running a business. And to make sure that in correcting the breach of warranty of habitability, you don't completely run the business into the ground to where the only mechanism after that would be foreclosure, which is not the ideal situation for the tenants. And I believe that the goal of the bill is really to correct the breach of warranty of habitability, correct the wrong, keep the tenants in their rental apartment, and move it back to the landlord. So this is very important for that mechanism. And for the record, I'm still against going to this new mechanism, but I do appreciate having the guardrails.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L42? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L42. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Amendment L42 is adopted. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 20? Seeing none, the question before us, Representative Kelty. Stand up, sister girl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I find a short joke in there somewhere, but I digress. So I was in committee when this bill was introduced, and there were a lot of people who were against this bill, and for good reason. In committee, it was brought up that, for an example, if one of the buildings of apartment complex, one of the buildings had, half of it had issues, and maybe there are 4 or 5, 10 buildings, it doesn't matter. This bill gives no guardrails for the seizure of the property, and actually all the buildings could be seized versus just a portion of one of the buildings that was having the issue. There were no protections or allowances for properties who didn't have the money to be able to do the fixings before they were seized. And then in the seizure, to me, it's egregious what they're actually allowed to do. While we were talking in committee, the AG actually said that he really didn't see an issue with this across Colorado other than Aurora. Aurora was the place that this is a problem with, and he saw no other issue across the state. So we're going to make a law, make a bill. We're going to punish everyone in Colorado because of something that's going on in one city in Colorado. If you want it, fix Aurora. The rest of Colorado, leave the rest of the people in Colorado alone. We keep making these blanket bills, these blanket laws that affect and punish everyone for one bad actor. If you want Aurora fixed, fix Aurora. Colorado Springs, we don't have this problem. There are already laws on the books that actually handle this. The problem in committee, they said, was that the laws aren't actually being enforced. Well, enforce the laws that we already have on the books. Don't create new ones that are going to have horrible unintended consequences. There's the law of inhabitability. Woo, that's a hard one. And that was a law that was brought up time and time and time again that's not being enforced. Well, how about we just start enforcing that instead of actually creating new laws that are going to have issues across the board? In the bill, it states on page 13, it talks to the receivership, or once the property is seized, because there's an issue with a portion of the property, that the person who the season, they can carry out new contracts, they can borrow money for the property, they can mortgage or pledge the property, they can sell part of it, they can, the property owner loses all, in my opinion, all rights to their property, and that to me is absolutely egregious. That's going far and beyond what actually should be done. They can lease the real estate, they can settle and compromise claims. I disagree with the majority of this bill and what it's doing. We want people to be able to have affordable housing. We want people to be able to get in apartments where they can, raise their families, put their families that they can afford. This is going to be absolutely disastrous for Colorado. Like I said, we had a ton of people in there that were against this. We had the Apartment Association. They were like, this is absolutely beyond what they could even accept. They were highly opposed to this. Without guardrails, without protections for the landowners, I am absolutely against this bill, and I'm asking for a no vote today.
Representative Woog.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my understanding is the kind of what drove this is a building in Aurora that I think we're all aware of. And I just want to make it clear on the record that that owner was out of town because his life was threatened by illegal gang members. Yes, this is true. That's why he was out of town. Really?
Representative Woog, please keep your
It
comments
is
to the
true,
bill.
and I have this information from someone who's a friend of his and attends the same synagogue. So that is what drove this bill. It's not good. I urge a no vote. Once again, we're taking one example and trashing the industry for it, and I disagree, and I urge a no vote.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do tend to agree with my colleague that just spoke here that this is a well-intentioned bill, as most are, but I think it is trying to address an issue that is a very tiny problem in the state by just greatly expanding the power of the government. And we heard as much, and something that I jotted down in my notes during testimony from one of the opposition people who represents a large apartment association was, the word he used was, it's an imbalance because the value of property seized versus the violation. And so the examples that we were given in committee is you could have, say, a unit that holds 50 families, but technically under this bill, only one tenant is adversely affected by this issue and has this violation. You could technically seize the entire complex for just that one violation. And so that was kind of the imbalance there, is that for one small violation of one tenant in an entire multifamily unit, you could essentially have a receivership situation where it is taken from the owner. And so that is a crazy overreach of authority on the government's part. And I think my colleague from Delta had said earlier, only 4 jurisdictions do this, and one of those jurisdictions is Washington, D.C. I don't think we should be the 5th jurisdiction to do this. It doesn't seem like it's needed. Again, it's well-intentioned, and I am not arguing against that. I do think the intention here, as stated, is trying to protect tenants, but I think it's too much into the favor of taking away from the landlord compared to what the actual violation may be. And I understand there are real-world situations here in Colorado where maybe something like this would have been beneficial because it was such a horrible situation. I understand that, but I think that is the exception and not the rule. And as I complain a lot of times up here is we pass bills because of exceptions and not the rule. And so that's just not good. That's not good policy making. And one of the big issues also in committee was that it affects also duplexes as well. And so you could potentially lose your duplex if just one of the tenant complains when the other one doesn't. So I think it's just overreach. Again, the value of property being seized versus the violation is completely out of balance here. We're talking the violation may only be a few $1,000s potentially, and for whatever reason it hasn't got corrected yet. Maybe the landlord doesn't have the money for it yet, but you could potentially lose hundreds of thousands of dollars of a property or potentially millions for only a few $1,000s worth of a violation. So I certainly urge a no vote on this bill. Again, well-intentioned, but not needed.
Colleagues, I know we are all incredibly excited to represent our districts for the last few weeks, but if you can keep your conversations just a little bit lower so we can hear the comments from some of our other colleagues in the well. Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the comments from the colleague that spoke before me, as this went through judiciary, though it's another tenant-landlord bill. We've seen quite a few of them in local government, housing and transportation, and business affairs and otherwise. So I think all told, there's about 19 bills that affect the tenant-landlord relationship this year rolling through. This one kind of moves from, it's an escalation from simple arm twisting to threats of taking property, and I just don't think it's right. I concur with all the other comments that were made. This seems to just swing a sledgehammer where a scalpel may be needed. And I do think it introduces a concern of unequal enforcement. Imagine, if you would, there's an area of law or legislation, say landlords, where there's an ideological dislike of landlords, and this provides the opportunity to politically punish them. I think it's wrong. It's hostile towards people that are providing housing. It doesn't make any distinction between large multifamily rentals and small landlords, large complexes, or second homes. 70% of our housing providers are small mom and pop folks, and this just goes way too far. So I would urge a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 20? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 20. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 20 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill, Senate Bill 144.
Senate Bill 144 by Senators Winter and Bridges, also Representatives Wilford and Zokai, concerning changes to the Paid Family and Medical Leave Insurance Act.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 144 and the Health and Human Services Committee report.
To the committee report. Representative Wilford.
Can I withdraw that and start over?
Yes, you may.
All right, I move the Senate Bill 144 and the Business Committee report.
Colleagues, it's getting hard to hear our friends down at the well, so if you could just please keep your comments just a little bit lower. Representative Wilford, one more time.
One more time with feeling. I move Senate Bill 144 and the Business and Labor Affairs Committee report.
That's a proper motion. To the committee report. Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Had a great discussion in the Business and Labor Committee. We did run an amendment that had a technical fix of a drafting error and adjusted the implementation date to give CDLE time to make back-end system updates. And we asked for a yes vote on the committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Business Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The committee report passes. To the bill, Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, this is a very important and necessary bill to ensure that families that are undergoing what is likely the most stressful time of their lives don't end up slipping through the cracks. And I do want to share why this bill is so important to me personally. So I did have a stay in the NICU with my now middle child, and it's actually what brought me into politics. I had a sick kid, and through a very stressful, dark time in my life, I was working from the hospital to try to make sure we could make our rent that month. And it really should have been a time for me to be able to be fully present with my newborn. I do just want to emphasize what a struggle it is to have a sick new baby. You don't always get to hold that child. His brother didn't get to come and meet him, and it is just a very stressful time as a family. And we don't think that families should have to worry about making ends meet during that time. So what this bill does is it extends the paid family leave up to 12 weeks for times that's spent in the NICU. And it is recognizing that that time really isn't a time where you are able to adjust to having this new family member, and that really doesn't happen until you're able to come home. So we urge a yes vote on this. This also fixes some financing for the program and is really a critical step for us to take as a state.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. In this chamber, we talk often about what it looks like to actually support families, what it looks like to actually support the babies. This legislation does that, and we ask for an aye vote.
Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For for every truly touching, I'm not being sarcastic, for every touching story that there is for something like this, there's also another story about somebody I know that took advantage of the existing plan without the expansion and then took off for a nice vacation in Southeast Asia. I'm not saying that that is necessarily going to mean that everything with this is abused. However, I just want to make sure that we're recognizing there's a cost. For every great idea, for every great program, for every opportunity to ensure that there are bonding opportunities, which I will never argue, are not important because they truly are, there's still a cost to it. There's a cost to the employers for trying to navigate around how they are going to be able to backfill those positions. Already with the existing structure, it's somewhat difficult. It puts a stress on other employees to cover that work. I've seen that personally in my own home. And expansion of that, I worry about as well. While I understand that we absolutely do need to work for the babies and the families that support the babies, we do need to recognize the cost and the difficulty to employers around something like this. So I am a no on the bill, not because of the intent. The intent is good, and I want to support family bonding, but I don't want to do it at just what I perceive to be a little bit of a blind expense to employers and the employee base that then has to try to backfill all of that.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To clarify for my very dear friend, who I can tell based on his words really wants to vote yes on this bill for the babies, let's talk about what the premiums are. So the premiums for family are currently set at 0.90% of wages per employee. And then that 0.9%, which is again less than 1% of an employee's earnings, that 0.45% is split between the employee and the employer. This bill then sets the premium for next year at 0.88% of an employer's or an employee's paycheck. What we have, members, is a very sustainable program that offers families the opportunity to take care of loved ones in the most important times of their lives, such as birth, such as death, or even somebody going through cancer or just another medical issue that they have. We're not expanding premiums. We are operating within the program as it currently stands, and so there won't be an increase that we anticipate for this specific program. The bill also goes further and sets a cap from now in perpetuity as to how much the percentage that's being paid can increase. And so we're also adding in some assurity for both employers and employees and for the state of Colorado about how this program will continue to grow. This is a good program with the opportunity to do even more good, again, for the babies.
Is it Representative Bottoms?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got a few stories about this that are interesting. I do want to mention first that it does bother me and it hurts my heart when I hear that term for the babies, because we really do believe in killing them around here. So that's very disingenuous. So 30 years ago, my second son was born, and he was born extremely premature. In fact, my wife had an abruption and thought they were losing my son. And so we rushed to the hospital. He's born 5.5 weeks premature. And all of the different details, it's actually a very long story, but all the different details, I end up in a NICU in Louisiana, in Shreveport, Louisiana. And my mother comes in and says to the doctor, is this baby going to live? I had not thought about that at that point. I just assumed he was going to. And the doctor said, well, we don't know for sure. It's kind of touch and go. And so I do understand the plight of this more than most in here would probably expect. I understand this. That same son, who's now right at 30 years old, just had his first child, and she was born very premature. And very small, 4 pounds. This was just a few months ago, so I do understand this. And just coincidentally or not, I don't know, but yesterday was the first day for mom to go back to work, and my granddaughter is in a daycare kind of thing. And even though I'm here in the house every day, that crushed me to think my daughter-in-law is going back to work. I'm missing my granddaughter, although I'm here every day because I knew she was leaving her with this. I do understand the whole thing. And I'm really not like a strong no on this bill. And don't get me wrong, I'm a no. But I'm not a strong no on this because I understand this. I've lived this world with many, many young mothers over the years being their pastor. But I also know that somebody has to pay for stuff. There's always the somebody has to pay. And it's easy for us to come in here and just make these rules and make these laws. And they feel good. This one feels good. This one actually makes me feel good. And I don't think I feel good about any Democrat bill. But this one kind of makes me feel good. Except somebody has to pay for it. Somebody has to pay for it. And we're just forcing this to bosses. We're forcing this to companies. And we're just saying, no, you're going to pick up this part of the tab. You're going to pick up this part of the tab when we really don't have the money to do this. And so just to process that, yes, this is a legitimate thing. Yes, this is heartbreaking to some moms that go through this. I think it's heartbreaking to all moms that go through it. Some moms go through it. But this is also expensive, and somebody always has to pay for all of these things that we're mandating from the left. We just keep mandating and mandating, but somebody has to pay for this. And so on this, I'm a soft no.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 20? Representative DeGraff. Or Senate Bill 145.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also support, I think we should support families, and the best way we can support families is by decreasing taxes. And I'm fully on board with the sponsors, and preborn humans are also people. So we should take care of preborn humans and postborn humans and make sure. But my issue with the bills like this is they are not free. We just dealt with a massive, in committee, the idea that we can just give things away. That's ultimately based on debt spending. Debt spending causes inflation. Inflation is a tax on your income. That's invisible. It just makes your wages worth less and less and less. So although great intentions, the best way to actually make it so that parents can take care of their own kids, because this would get to the universal child care and all that, is by lowering the taxes on families, allowing families to keep more of their money, encouraging families to actually be a family and take care of their own responsibilities, and maybe teach them how to take, and how to teach that. But we can't keep taking this responsibility on the government. And the best way to have a robust family leave is to have a strong economy. And the best way to have a strong economy is to have inexpensive and available energy. So these all go together. So if you want to support families bonding, you want to support the economy, you want to make these employers you want to make them somebody that everybody is trying to get, that they have many options. And then what happens is an employer will offer these options in order to entice working moms into their practice because they need that skill set. But you have to have a strong economy. Right now, this is something that is imposed on the economy, and it's a tax. This is actually a tax on the economy. It's an unfunded mandate. And instead, what you want to do is you want to encourage the economy by taking the boot off the face of it, so that that these businesses have money, so that the business is booming, so that they're looking for employees, and when they're searching for employees, that's when they have to offer these benefits in order to encourage them to come on board, in order to retain that loyalty. So the best way to get a parental leave is to have a strong economy. The best way to have a strong economy is for you to get out of it.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 144? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 144. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 144 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 81.
Senate Bill 81 by Senators Bridges and Amable, also Representatives Byrd and Sirota, concerning public financing and in connection therewith establishing the Building Urgent Infrastructure and Leveraging Dollars Authority, modifying the State Public Financing Cash Fund, and allowing the State Treasurer to use a security token offering for state capital financing.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 81 and the Finance Committee report.
That is a proper motion. To the committee report, Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the committee report, we limited the scope of financing and investments that BUILD would be responsible for and took out housing, but then also granted it authority to invest in IT technology infrastructure. We ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee report passes. To the bill. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill creates a new special purpose authority that will help us make much needed investments in roads, water infrastructure, and now IT infrastructure. It'll allow the state to draw down new types of capital that are available to fund these projects. We ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 81? Seeing none, the question before us is Representative Brooks's comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sign me up. I'm a yes. So I heard this in committee. I do have some concerns. That overall, I do believe that this really is something that should be managed more effectively in the private sector. Not a big fan of government involvement in potentially stifling innovation in these areas. There are a number of amendments that were passed through this. I just have some questions, not questions necessarily, just concerns about what I consider to be unnecessary provisions that are being set up, to seem like they're a little bit more pandering towards unionized labor and not necessarily offering any tangible benefits. There's some terms that are fairly vague, like underrepresented communities. If I'm not mistaken, creates a bonding authority, could bypass a requirement for public voting on long-term debt. I'm not going to spend a tremendous amount of time on the bill, except that, again, it was something that we heard in committee. There was a number of concerns voiced by our caucus on this. And I ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 81? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 81. Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, evening, wherever we're at. Yes, we did hear this one in finance. And so we're trying to do some interesting things, yet what I don't get, and this is what we debated extensively in finance, we're creating boards, we're creating additional entities that are bureaucracy that the money's going to have to fund and then is going to go out to do other things. So it kind of comes down to why are we always, if we're looking at infrastructure, if we're looking at trying to fix things that are out there, why are we not just putting money into it? Why do we have to create boards? I mean, one of the things we're doing is we're creating an 11-member board. Why do we need to create a board to execute the job? Why do we need to create another entity to execute infrastructure projects? I mean, I was in business. You run out an RFP, you put the money out there, tell them to build it, tell them to figure it out. Why do we keep creating boards to use up taxpayer money to implement infrastructure projects? That does not make any sense. Never has, never will. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 81? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 81. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Senate Bill 81 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 277.
Senate Bill 277 by Senators Judah and Cutter, also Representatives Ryden and Woodrow, concerning the repeal of the Title Insurance Commission and in connection therewith requiring the Commissioner of Insurance to meet with the Title Insurance Advisory Group and repealing the Title Insurance Advisory Group in 2029, subject to a sunset review.
Representative Ryden.
I move Senate Bill 277.
Proper motion to the bill. Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this bill originally began in the Senate as a sunset of the Title Insurance Commission, and this was set up in the wake of the 2008-2009 financial crisis. I know many of you remember it with not so fond memories. In the wake of that crisis, it was exposed that there were certain irregularities or consumer protection concerns with respect to the title insurance industry. And so this group was originally convened with the idea that they were going to inform our Division of Insurance on different issues emerging so we could sort of nip these things in the bud before they really spiraled out of control. And while that group functioned for a while, there hasn't been a lot of activity, essentially no recommendations for the last 8 years. In the Senate, there was a lot of movement and back and forth, and instead of sunsetting the bill, what they've come up with instead is an advisory group that is open to the public. So public folks can come down and engage twice a year with the Division of Insurance and have that dialogue about emerging issues, consumer protection concerns, and other things happening in the title insurance industry to ensure that we don't repeat the mistakes of the past. It's a pretty simple, straightforward bill. We ask for an aye vote.
Representative Ryden.
Okay, Bill, vote yes.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 277? Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I think we've just taken more time on this at the podium than we actually took in committee. Why? Because there really wasn't a whole lot to discuss in committee. Why? Because it's a good bill, and I just wanted to take the opportunity to come up and show that I'm not entirely always oppositionally defiant. I just wanted to come up and say, good bill, vote yes.
And is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 277? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 277. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 277 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1159.
House Bill 1159 by Representatives English and Joseph, concerning the Child Support Commission's legislative recommendations.
Colleagues, I'm still having trouble hearing folks from the well, so if we can keep our conversations down and move to the side, be much appreciated. Thank you very much. Representative Joseph.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1159 in the Appropriations Committee report.
That's a proper motion to the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Oh, sorry, that is an improper motion. Is there a second report you'd like to move?
Oh, we do have an. Oh, I move the Health and Housing and Human Services report as well.
That is a proper motion to the Health and Human Services or to the. All right, let's start again. Let's reset.
Okay.
Representative Joseph, from the top.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1159 and the Appropriations and the Health and Human Services Committee report.
That's a proper motion to the Appropriations report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Appropriations Committee report, we appropriated $46,000 toward the bill, and the rest of the funding is mostly federal funding. And we ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The appropriation report passes. To the Health and Human Services report, Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Health and Human Services Committee report, we made up we cleaned up some of the amendments on the bill, and also there was an issue with that would have led to needing more money to be appropriated toward the bill, and we struck that section out of the bill as well, and we ask for a yes on that report.
Is there any further discussion on the Health and Human Services report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Health and Human Services report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Health and Human Services report passes. To the bill. Representative English.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill codifies the recommendations of the Colorado Child Support Commission following its most recent quadrennial review. This bill aims to meet the needs of today's families while ensuring that child support orders are fair and reflective of a parent's actual ability to pay. The Child Support Commission reviews and makes recommendations on the Colorado Child Support Guidelines every 4 years. The Child Support Guidelines are a mathematical and policy-driven formula to calculate child support obligations based on the parent's incomes and time spent for caring for the child. The purpose of the guidelines is to create fair and equitable child support obligations for parents who are unmarried, separated, or divorced and not living together. So when we mention change to the guidelines, that is what we are referring to today. This bill modernizes child support to meet the needs of Colorado families in 3 ways. First, ensure that child support guidelines align with current economic realities. Specifically, the bill reflects the increased cost of raising a child in Colorado from 2010 amounts to 2024 amounts, which from the Colorado Child Support Commission, this bill is bringing it up to standard because it hasn't been up to standard in a while now. So second, updating low-income adjustments based on the minimum wage from 2010 amounts to 2024 amounts. Ultimately, this supports non-custodial parents who are considered low income and meeting their child support obligation while avoiding falling further into poverty. Lastly, if y'all want to know, this legislative change accounts for all overnights a child spends with their non-custodial parent. This ensures that the child support calculation reflects shared expenses by removing the previous threshold where a parent only received a credit for 93 or more overnights, reducing legal conflict and confusion for parents. And we ask for a yes vote.
Representative Joe, no. Oh, is there any further discussion on House Bill 1159? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1159. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1159 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 41.
Senate Bill 41 by Senators Michelson, Janae, and Amable, also Representatives Bradfield and English, concerning persons who may be incompetent to stand trial and in connection therewith permitting certain services for persons who are incompetent to proceed, collecting residency information about persons who are incompetent to proceed, and requiring bond setting for persons who may be incompetent to proceed.
No, it's you.
Representative English.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 2541 and the Judiciary Report.
That's proper motion to the Judiciary Report. Representative English.
So in the Judiciary Committee, we brought forth an amendment, and the amendment protects incompetent kids in the juvenile justice system by ensuring courts order reevaluations of kids when necessary. It also ensures that the parties, including their lawyers and parents, know when a reevaluation occurs. It responds to a recent Colorado Supreme Court decision. It is consistent with the intent of the stakeholders from House Bill 23-1012, which was another task force bill in the area of competency. And we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 41? Seeing none, the question before, wait, sorry.
No, it's the judiciary report.
Any more discussion on the judiciary report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the judiciary report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The judiciary report passes. Representative English.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm to the bill now, right?
To the bill. Representative Bradfield.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. In Colorado, as it currently stands, absent this piece of legislation, a person who has a serious mental illness and who's been charged with a crime and found to be incapable of assisting in their own defense, the state is obligated to provide treatment by proxy of the Department of Human Services to restore him or her to competency. If they are not successful in restoring competency to this individual, the criminal charges against them may be dismissed. In the case of such an event, the continuation of receiving restoration services will be put to a halt, and the person is released without the proper care needed to treat their condition or the resources to keep them off the streets. Now, it makes very little sense when confronted with an individual with a serious mental illness who's charged with a crime, found incompetent, and as a result, incapable of assisting in their own defense. Then we release them back to the streets, despite knowing that the individual unmistakably still poses a potential risk to both themselves and the community at large. This current process only further contributes to the churn in which these people cycle through homelessness, emergency rooms, and then back into the criminal justice system. A high recidivism rates diminish public safety, and without responsible leadership addressing this issue, recidivism rates will continue to cause havoc. Knowing that Colorado is the fourth worst state in the nation for recidivism, is a clear indication that what we're doing right now in the criminal justice system simply isn't working. And that's where this bill comes in. It's a step in the right direction to change that. If this bill is passed, DHS would be permitted to continue providing inpatient mental health care for up to 90 days after the person's case has been dismissed due to lack of competence. Furthermore, DHA would be authorized to enter an agreement with an organization to provide supportive housing for the individual after the 90 days of treatment. That is the essence of our bill. Now I ask for an aye vote.
Representative English.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now I want to talk about briefly why this bill is needed. When a person with serious mental illness who has been charged with a crime is not capable of assisting in their own defense, the state is required to provide treatment to restore them to competency. If they are not restorable to competency, the criminal charges against them may be dismissed. Under existing law, when criminal charges are dismissed against a person receiving inpatient restoration services from the Department of Human Services, DHS must stop providing services to the person. People are being released without the mental health care they need and without a housing plan. This contributes to the churn of serious mental illness in which people cycle through homelessness, emergency rooms, and back into the criminal justice system. In addition to extreme costs, public safety may be compromised. Colorado needs new standards of custody and care for people whose criminal charges are dismissed because they are found incompetent to proceed and unrestorable to competency due to a serious mental illness. And what this bill does is permits DHS to continue to provide inpatient mental health care for up to 90 days after the person's case is dismissed because the person is found incompetent to proceed. The bill permits DHS to enter into an agreement with an organization to provide permanent supportive housing for a person whose case is dismissed because the person is incompetent to proceed. DHS may also contract for permanent supportive housing if such a person has successfully completed a Bridges Wraparound Care Program and has been referred to the Bridges Wraparound Care Program. The bill requires DHS to collect information for each person whose charges are dismissed, following a determination by the court that the person is incompetent to proceed. DHS shall share that information with the Division of Housing in the Department of Local Affairs. The bill requires the Judicial Department to develop a form for a court to use to notify DHS of the court-specific findings when the court denies a personal recognizance bond and orders inpatient restoration services for a defendant who is in custody for a misdemeanor, petty offense, or traffic offense, and who the court determines is incompetent to proceed. But there is a substantial probability that the defendant with restoration services will attain competency in the reasonably foreseeable future. The bill updates the methods and process related to certification of the individual and the proceedings around that certification. Senate Bill 2541 mandates standards for custody and care when a person is found incompetent to proceed in a criminal matter, and the bill represents collaborative work by diverse experts on the 2024 Task Force of the Interim Committee, Treatment of Persons with Behavioral Health Disorders in the Criminal Juvenile Justice System, and I ask for your yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Bradfield.
Mr. Chair, I would like to move Amendment 005 to Senate Bill 041 and ask for it to be displayed.
That is a proper motion, and Amendment L5 has been properly displayed to the amendment. Representative Bradfield.
This amendment is simply a technical amendment. The word order should not have been capitalized in the amended version of the bill, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L5? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L5. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Amendment L5 passes. To the bill, Representative English.
This is a great bill, and it's important for us to make sure we are providing the supports with people who are experiencing mental illnesses, and I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 41? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 41. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 41 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 203.
Senate Bill 203 by Senators Exum and Catlin, also Representatives Bradley and Carter, concerning clarifying the Department of Public Health and Environment's authority to use appropriated money for project grants concerning public water system projects for small communities.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm missing my co-prime, but he's up there on the wall in spirit, I think. This is just a statutory revision committee bill that clarifies that under current law, the Department of Public Health and Environment may use up to 10%.
Representative Bradley.
Oh, I need to move the bill.
Yes.
My bad. I move Senate Bill 25203.
Representative Bradley to the bill.
Oh, Madam Chair. Hi.
Hi.
It's a pleasure to serve with you.
It's a pleasure to serve with you too, my friend.
Don't be gaveling me up there now. This bill, as I was saying, this bill clarifies that under current law, the Department of Public Health and Environment may use up to 10% of appropriated money to administer and manage project grants concerning public water systems. There was a little bit of unclarity when it came to can they use up to, no one's listening to me, Madam Chair. This is, yeah.
Members,
Get 'em.
please, we need to hear Representative Bradley. Back to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an important bill because they did not know it's for the babies. This water is for the babies. And it is important that they be able to use 10% for their projects. Let's reclaim Colorado and give 10% of this money for water projects. This is a good bill. Vote yes. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 25203? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 203. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Senate Bill 203 is adopted. Mr. Sheba, please read the title of Senate Bill 25168.
Senate Bill 168 by Senators Bright and Roberts, also Representatives Armagosa and Espinoza, concerning the prevention of illegal wildlife trafficking.
Representative Espinoza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 25168.
To the bill. Representative Armagosa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, colleagues, this is something that has become a problem in Colorado. It is wildlife trafficking. This is something where people in and around Colorado bringing wildlife from Colorado to other states for profit, even parts of wildlife. Colorado is known for its iconic natural spaces and wildlife, including world-class wildlife-related recreation. Wildlife trafficking is one of the most profitable natural resource crimes, estimated to generate between $7.8 and $10 billion annually. The illicit wildlife trade compromises the fourth largest global illegal trade after narcotics, human trafficking, and counterfeit products, and continues to grow as international criminals networks engaging in drug and human trafficking get more involved in wildlife trafficking to supplement their income. This all includes native reptiles, fish, bear gallbladders, and much more. This is a priority for Colorado Parks and Wildlife as well as Department of Natural Resources, and I encourage an aye vote.
Representative Espinoza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In addition, I'd just like to say that this bill provides authorization not only for monitoring the illegal trafficking of our animals outside of Colorado, it also allows for the monitoring of animals being brought into Colorado, which can endanger our biodiversity and the nature that we already have in Colorado. So I do encourage an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 25168? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 168. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Senate Bill 25168 is adopted. Mr. Sheba, please read the title of Senate Bill 25193.
Senate Bill 193 by Senators Ball and Mullica, also Representatives Garcia, Sander, and McCormick, concerning the continuation of the Primary Care Payment Reform Collaborative.
Representative Garcia Sanders.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 25-193.
To the bill.
Thank you. So this is the continuation of the Primary Care Payment Reform Collaborative. It was initially set to sunset next year, 2020. Oh, I'm sorry, to repeal at the end of this year in September, should be continued because primary care is foundational to a highly functioning healthcare system. The PCPRC is a multi-stakeholder table that allows experts to develop and recommend strategies to strengthen and improve access to high-quality primary care in Colorado. And by bringing together public and private payers, the PCPRC promotes the alignment of value-based payment approaches that are crucial in supporting primary care providers' ability to deliver high-quality care. As a nation and as a state, we continue to underinvest in primary care. This is an important forum to ensure Colorado is exploring policies so that all Coloradans can access high-quality care.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Some of the past accomplishments of this collaborative are that they have been able to better define primary care adopted by the Division of Insurance in state statute, and also have recommended a primary care investment target for our commercial carriers in Colorado. We all know that if we have more primary care providers and people seeing primary care providers, that we can save on overall healthcare costs in so doing. And they are also furthering their work to identify key areas of alignment in alternative payment models for primary care, where we focus more on outcomes and not so much on fee for service. And we urge an aye vote on this sunset bill.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 193? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of 193. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Senate Bill 193 is adopted. Mr. Sheba, please read the title of Senate Bill 25-182.
Senate Bill 182 by Senators Bell and Simpson, also Representatives Brown and Weinberg, concerning encouraging the reduction of embodied carbon.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We move Senate Bill 182.
To the bill.
Thank you. Colleagues, today we bring Senate Bill 182 before you. Colorado has long been a national leader in reducing carbon emissions from building construction. We've enacted policies like Buy Clean Colorado, which sets emission standards for materials and public projects. And we build on the success, this bill, I should say, builds on the success by leveraging existing financial tools and tax incentives, not new taxpayer spending, to increase private sector adoption of low carbon materials. In particular, we're talking about expanding the use of the CPACE program as well as the Industrial Clean Energy Tax Credit to incentivize the adoption of low-cost, long-term capital that helps to fund low-carbon construction materials. This will reduce the upfront costs and the barriers for developers and help level the playing field on these alternative materials. This is a good bill. It is supported by both industry and the environmental community, and we ask for an aye vote.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, too.
Fellow colleagues, I can see how this, from the title of the bill, this is odd, but a constituent of mine out of Loveland, Ready Mix, came to me and explained very simply that this bill would offer development relief for Colorado property owners who choose to implement embodied carbon improvements during the construction of commercial or residential buildings. Long story short, this is an opt-in, voluntary bill that forces nobody to do nothing with no fiscal impact to our state, and I would urge an aye vote.
There any further discussion on Senate Representative Martinez?
Okay, now Martinez.
Representative Martinez, you play too much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
You know, I would be remiss. My colleague from El Paso County is not here. And so, you know, I felt it's appropriate that we should run an amendment on this to make our this bill a little bit more lively. So I move Amendment L5 to Senate Bill 182 and ask that it be displayed slightly to the right.
The amendment has been moved and displayed. Representative Martinez to the amendment.
Well, again, my colleague from El Paso County is not here, so with 3,200 billion tons of CO2 atmosphere, its makeup in the dry atmosphere has increased 0.03% to 0.04%. Although I will say, you know what, I would continue with this, though we don't have an Olympic-sized swimming pool that made the cut on this amendment. So because of that, and it's not done properly, I withdraw Amendment L5.
The amendment has been withdrawn. Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to speak on the withdrawn amendment. Am I allowed to do that? I don't know how these rules work.
No, you're not allowed to do that, but just talk to the bill now.
Okay, to the bill. So that was a good amendment. And it's the best thing that I've seen come from the left side of this room since I've been here. So I urge a no vote on the bill, an aye vote on the amendment.
Representative Richardson.
No, I do agree with the sponsors. This bill is actually fiscally no impact on the state. It does encourage the use of some low-carbon materials. I had concerns in committee that the governor's energy office couldn't define what I don't even remember the title of the bill now. Yeah, embodied carbon was, or how they would measure it. Yeah, so that was a concern. I will still have it, but it's your
right.
day, so I'm not going to say anything more.
Representative
The amendment
Sucre.
was great, though.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I was a no on this, and I want to explain why. I have a coal mine that's actually representative in the Durango areas district. However, the 100 workers, the majority of them live in District 58. And what they do is the largest cement producer in North America is in Mexico. So they mine the coal and they put it on trucks. They haul it to Gallup, New Mexico, and then they send it to Mexico to make the concrete. So I asked 6 witnesses, what material is it that we're talking about to reduce the carbon? And I could not get an answer. The only answer that we did get was fly ash. And if anybody knows anything about making concrete, they use fly ash. And fly ash is, yes, they use fly ash. And so they gave me the material that they already use, so I'm not for sure exactly what it is that they're talking about that they're going to use. I wish we could, by the third reading, get an answer of what the materials are that they would substitute to reduce the carbon. Thank you.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to call the question.
You want to call a question? Okay, to the bill. Let's go.
Yep.
The question is the passage of Senate Bill 182. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Senate Bill 182 is adopted. I don't know what's happening in here. Mr. Sheba, please read the title of Senate Bill 25-147.
Senate Bill 147 by Senators Pelton B. and Colker, also Representatives Garcia, Sander, and Lukens, concerning modifications to the management of the Public Employees Retirement Association by the Board of Trustees and in connection therewith, defining the board as a local public body for purposes of the Open Meetings Law, establishing term limits for members of the board, clarifying that the board must conduct its meetings according to Open Meetings Law as a local public body, requiring the board to post certain meetings related and financial information of the association on the association's website, and clarifying the authority of the board to manage and administer the association.
Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 147.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If this bill is passed, it would require the Public Employees Retirement Association, PARA, to comply with open meetings laws. It would limit board members to 2 consecutive 4-year terms with certain exceptions and mandate increased transparency starting in 2025.
One second. Members, it's loud in here. We need to hear what's happening. Thank you. Rep. Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and we ask for a yes vote.
Representative Garcia Sanders.
This is such a good bill. For everybody who contributes to PARA, this is about transparency. Good bill, vote yes.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 25-147? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 147. All those in favor, aye. All those opposed, no. Senate Bill 147 is adopted. Mr. Sheba, please read the title of Senate Bill 25-205.
Senate Bill 205 by Senators Henriksen and also Representatives Espinoza and Lindsted, concerning a firearm serial number check and in connection therewith creating a standardized procedure for a federal firearms licensee to request a firearm serial number check and imposing a penalty under certain circumstances if a licensee does not file a report with law enforcement.
Who's gonna? Representative Espinoza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 25-205.
To the bill.
Thank you. This bill came to us through Senator Heinrichsen because federal firearms license dealers in his district came to him to ask for a process similar to what pawn shops already have. When they've attempted to use the existing processes, they cannot get a verification that the weapons that they're attempting to purchase have not been stolen or lost. This is a safety issue for both returning those lost weapons to the rightful owners and also ensuring that any stolen weapons get taken off the street. The Senate added an amendment which added the police, so it's not a burden solely left to the sheriff's departments, but the police are also able to access the system that needs to be checked to do these checks, and that is the reason they were added in the Senate. Additionally, the Senate added a opportunity if and when the federal government opens up finally its process to allow direct entry for the federal firearms dealers to these systems, then at that point, the federal government will take over this responsibility, and the state police, the state sheriffs and police, local police will no longer have the obligation. I think it's important to understand that this bill is an optional program. It is not a mandated program, and so we would urge an aye vote to increase the safety of weapons in our state.
Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, this bill is a common sense way for FFLs to determine whether guns are lost or stolen before they make a purchase. So it's a good way to protect the FFLs from purchasing weapons they should not be purchasing, and to protect the public from stolen guns getting out. So the bill came from several FFLs in Pueblo, came to the Senate because they wanted an easier process for making that determination. I'll also add that this is the same process that pawn shops already follow. So it's proven, it works, it's effective. I would urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Armagas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So seeing this bill, I think the best thing for me to do is to reach out and do my stakeholding with the FFLs. So I reached out to the Colorado FFL Association and asked them if they had any issues. And there were a handful. But I think the biggest thing is this is already a method and a tool that's available to FFLs. This is something that if a pawn shop, for instance, receives something from somebody to hold or to buy, anything like that, they're going to run that because they don't want to be liable for that. So they will run that through CBI or whatever means they have necessary to do a check on a gun. So with this, is something that it is for FFLs. There is the time limits and there is the may, and I see all the things in the bill. The only things that are in there that are concerning, I think, are things that were addressed by the FFLs, and I think those deserve some attention. And one of those is simply a concern if somebody has to do a check on a gun and the person that's trying to do the transfer, the sale, whatever, is there with them. Granted, there is a time frame to do this, but if they decide to do it right then and there, or it comes back to any tie to the FFL that does the background check, that person that may or may not have stolen the gun could become violent, irritated, whatever, and try to come out with some retribution to the FFL that did the check that got them caught for the theft of the firearm. So I think that's something that should be addressed, is just making something to help protect them. So I move L19 and ask it to be properly displayed.
Amendment L19 has been moved and displayed. Representative Armagas to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this amendment simply makes it anonymous for the reporting FFL so that they don't have any retribution from somebody or friends or family or whatever of somebody that gets arrested and or charged or accused of stolen firearm. This is just an anonymous reporting method for them. If they are choosing to use this reporting method, it's something that can help ensure that they're going to remain anonymous, and I encourage an aye vote.
Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This would be unduly complex, and we would urge a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L19? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L19. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Amendment L19 is lost. Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's, I have a lot of problems with this bill. It does put a lot of mandate on FFLs. It puts mandates on police, sheriff departments that it's not fair to these groups that it's putting this burden on to be able to accomplish all of this kind of stuff. And then we actually have fees that are attached to this for all of these different layers. And so in response to so many different things, I'm going to start with this one, but so many different things that really are, it's like you're punishing police, FFLs, and all these other groups for actually doing what they do, doing their job. And so I move 017 to 205 and ask for it to be displayed howeverly you choose.
Amendment L17 has been moved and displayed. Representative Bottoms to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this takes the fee that is going to be charged to the sheriff's or police department, which I don't understand in the first place. Why would we make the sheriff's department and the police department pay fees for stuff? It really doesn't quite make sense, but it says that they shall be reimbursed for this firearms serial number check. And I also definitely have a strong opposition to the idea of checking serial numbers on firearms. In fact, I don't think firearms should have serial numbers. I think that goes against the Constitution, and I don't think there's anything wrong with somebody owning a firearm without a serial number, because it goes against the Constitution. It doesn't go against the craziness that comes out of this House, but it definitely goes against the Constitution. So I strongly urge, and I vote to 017, and let's at least do something, some little meager thing that is beneficial to the sheriffs or the police department. Instead of attacking them all the time, why don't we just do this one little thing, this one time?
Assistant Minority Leader Winters.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. I mean, we keep putting unfunded mandates on our local governments all the time. We just did this with Senate Bill 3. We put this on the sheriffs as well. And the problem that I have with what we're doing to the sheriffs is if you all haven't noticed or if you read the paper lately, we're not doing so good on crime in Colorado.
1 second, Assistant Majority Leader Minority. Guys, it's getting too loud in here, really. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All I'm trying to say is these employees could probably be doing a lot more important things like being out on the streets fighting crime or taking statements for victims instead of doing the bidding of this chamber constantly. So I urge and I vote on this amendment. I think it's ultra important that we quit putting the pressure from the top down onto our local governments who already have a hard time recruiting, retaining employees, being able to pay the employees they have based on budgetary constraints that they have based on legislation that's come out of this building. So not only do we make it harder for them to recruit, retain, and pay employees, now we're putting more of a task on them and their everyday task of trying to keep us all safe. So I urge and I vote on this amendment. Quit putting pressure on the local govs.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I also urge a yes vote on this amendment. We need to stop unfunded mandates at this state and then wonder why we have an affordability issue around Colorado. This makes sure that we're not doing a financial burden on those that are trying to protect us. It also says if we're going to make you do this, we're going to provide the means to do it. I think this is a good bill because why would it make sense to make someone do something and not offer them the resources to do it or put more financial burden? I urge a yes vote.
Representative Espinoza. Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I urge a yes vote for this as well. I mean, again, just my general take on this bill is that it's not needed. And so if this is going to be something new, a requirement, and it's being done on behalf of public safety, then why not have the Department of Public Safety reimburse for any losses or any cost? If I understand correctly, the way the bill's set up now, the FFL would have to be the one paying the Sheriff's Department to reimburse them for doing the check. There could be potential gaps in that, but just in general, if you're gonna push this and say that it is needed for safety, then the Department of Public Safety should probably cover it and just take off any kind of burdens on our FFLs and our sheriffs and police. So I urge I vote.
Representative Espinoza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would urge a no vote on this. Currently, the Sheriff's Department and the Police Department already receive and obtain this data. This is not an additional burden. They have staff that does this for the pawn shops already. They just don't have the same process for the federal fire alarms dealers to get access to that request. This does not create an additional burden on them. This is an optional program. There is no mandate that they have to answer for every person or that every federal firearms license dealer would have to take advantage of this program. We urge a no vote on this amendment.
There any further Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry I couldn't get on here fast enough. Thank you very much. So I am a yes on this amendment. If anyone has run a business, which is how a sheriff's department actually does work as well, you have employees who have time. This is going to cause a great deal of increase of hours on their staff. I understand that they already do it, but the increase of staff, increase of hours, increase of time is increase of money. Time is money, and by increasing the amount of hours that your staff is going to now have to do for this, it's going to cost a lot of money to the Sheriff's Department. That's money that they just don't have. So this amendment is actually needed. If you really want this bill to work, this amendment is going to be needed for it to be able to work. Otherwise, they won't have the man hours, time, money to be able to actually do what you want them to do. So if you want the bill to work, you have to be reasonable about having to increase the time that the sheriff's departments are going to need to be able to do what you want them to do through the bill that you're running. So you're going to need this amendment. It's very important. I'm asking for a yes vote on this amendment. Be reasonable.
Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too ask for a yes vote on this. If I follow the sponsor's logic that the sheriff already has people that do this and it doesn't cost anything of them, then the state has people that do this and it doesn't cost them anything. There should be no charge at all. So I do ask for a yes vote.
Representative DeGraff.
That was a prejudicial hammer wielding if I ever saw one. Thank you, Madam Chair. I am in favor of this amendment. If it's a zero cost, as per the sponsor, then this is a zero cost. So then it should be no problem at all to put in the bill. If it is an actual cost, then what we're talking about in this bill is an unfunded mandate. So it's not fair to our counties for the General Assembly just to say, this doesn't cost the state anything, because the state is the people of Colorado. This building is to represent the people of Colorado. This building is to represent and secure the rights of the citizens of Colorado. So if something out of this room drives a cost to the citizens of Colorado, that is a cost to the state. The current measure is completely deceitful when this body looks at things that it does and says, well, it won't cost the General Assembly anything out of our budget, so it's free, but it will drive up costs, millions of dollars for the citizens of Colorado. That is what's called an unfunded mandate. So it's either free and that this is already being done and that there are no costs, or if in the course of events, in the course of human events that we find these truths to be self-evident, that there is actually a cost here, then this will take care of that, and then these counties won't have to come back, and then we can handle it out of the General Assembly, because the General Assembly here is saying it's a priority. The sheriffs and the counties are not saying it's a priority. They're not saying they have any need for this to be done. So this is an imposition on the counties and the municipalities and the law enforcement. And so if it's a priority for the state, if it's a priority for the General Assembly should take that, or at least be prepared to take that out of their budget. Otherwise, this is, again, very few things have no cost. And so that's fantastic if the sponsors have figured out how to make this a cost. We're not sure. This just allows for both things. If there's no cost, direct or indirect, to the sheriffs, then there's no cost that's going to be passed on to the General Assembly. But if there is a cost, if this is in fact an unfunded mandate, then what this amendment does is it allows that to happen instead of requiring another amendment later, or the counties having to come back to Colorado and say, hey, we don't have the money to achieve this. So
One
this way they
second,
can
Representative DeGraff. Members, it's getting loud.
in here.
Thank you. Representative Graff, to the amendment for the sheriff's office or police department that performs a firearm serial number check shall be reimbursed by the Department of Public Safety. That amendment.
Exactly. That is the amendment I'm talking about, Madam Chair. And that amendment precludes this from becoming an unfunded mandate. And now I've been Garcia'd again.
Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to remind folks that the bill does allow for a fee to be created to cover the cost. The bill also mirrors what pawn shops already do. So I would urge a no vote so that we can keep it in the same conformity as pawn shops.
Representative Shukla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And from the bottom up in Colorado. So I have 8 counties. One county, Montrose County, went over budget by the Sheriff's Department in Montrose County, went over budget by $700,000. That put a burden on the county commissioners to come up with that $700,000 because they didn't have enough money. Montezuma County just recently, last year, their budget was also went over budget. The Sheriff's Department in Montrose County, Montezuma County, by $200,000. I believe that this is an unfunded mandate, and I rise in support of the amendment.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also stand in support of this amendment. We need to be able to show that if this is really a zero cost, it should be a zero cost. We don't want to put any more unfunded mandates to our local governments, to our local sheriffs. This is no good for anybody, because then that cost goes straight back down to the consumer again. Now you're putting another cost on purchasing a gun, for checking the serial number. So it's one of those things that we need to accept this amendment, and we need to reclaim Colorado.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L17? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L17. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Amendment L17 is lost. Representative Caldwell, to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move L024 to Senate Bill 205 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Amendment L24 has been moved and displayed. Representative Caldwell to the amendment.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. So what this amendment does is the bill says on page 2, line 19, upon request by a federal firearms licensee, a sheriff's office or police department shall perform the firearm serial number check and respond with the result of the check to the licensee within 72 hours after the request. The issue that myself and some others had was that if you were doing this check on a Friday, that 72 hours goes into the weekend, and it's very possible that the sheriff's department or police department do not have the staff on hand over the weekend to do that. So what this proposes to do is to strike the 72-hour language and substitute that with 3 days. Now, originally we intended to do 3 business days because that's what kind of makes most sense. However, my colleagues across the aisle who are sponsoring this bill said that there was some language already in statute that kind of conflicts with that and maybe proposes some kind of issue. And so I believe my colleagues are going to get up here and explain that as well. So I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Rep. Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and we sincerely appreciate the hard work from our colleague from Colorado Springs, and think this is a good amendment. It does allow the language to conform with existing statutes, so it makes sense. It's a good amendment. Please vote yes.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L24? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L24. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Amendment L24 is adopted. Representative Bottoms to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I noticed in the bill that when it talks about the requirements for the firearm serial number check, it says in there that it can include, and then it says at a minimum. And to me, that's very vague language. It doesn't, in my opinion, speaks concisely enough to what should actually be happening with this. And so with that, I move 025 to 205 and ask for it to be displayed.
Amendment L25 has been moved and displayed. Representative Bottoms to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I would like to just take out the part that says at a minimum. When we're talking about this kind of thing, when we're talking about our Second Amendment, we're talking about FFLs and their livelihood, and we're talking about gun shops, their livelihood, all of these different things. I don't think we need to keep vague language in here. This vague language is going to hurt gun shops. This bill is going to hurt gun shops, but this vague language will hurt the gun shops. And so I would like to encourage an aye vote for Amendment 025.
Representative Espinoza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With regard to this amendment, which has my name on it, I do believe that this was clarifying something that could have been confusing and making it clear that we just want the information from that check. We don't want to expand any other issues, so we're happy to strike the words at a minimum, and ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you for the recommendation of an aye vote. She made me put her name on it.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L25? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L25. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Amendment L25 is adopted. To the bill. Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, in talking to the FFLs, another issue that came up was, well, we have a lot of people that come in, sell or transfer a firearm and may not know that the firearm at some point in the transfers that it's gone through or whatever may have been reported stolen at another time outside of their control. So I think it would be important to offer something, at least assuring something in the language that can give those people that are involved in that transfer, that sale, the opportunity to appeal if they are the ones that are caught up in something where they are erroneously charged with the theft or reported as the accused party of the theft. So I move L22 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Amendment L22 has been moved and displayed. Representative Armagost to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this, like I said, this offers an opportunity for the person that is caught up in the sale or transfer where a firearm is reported stolen, but it was outside of that person's control. It gives them the opportunity for an appeal process. That way, they can appeal to the court, they can appeal those charges. It gives them a little bit better opportunity to prove, given that they will probably have the burden of proof, to prove that they were not the person involved in the theft of the firearm. Outside of the natural court proceedings, this is something that kind of helps them with that appeal process. So I encourage an aye vote.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with this amendment. It makes sense to me. If you're attempting to sell your firearm, you have the documentation for it. You know it is not stolen, but for some reason, maybe a previous owner, for whatever reason, may have reported it stolen. You should be able to appeal that because you have the paperwork. It was not stolen. You had it in your possession. You can prove that in fact, it is not what someone is claiming it to be. Because frankly, if you've ever owned that firearm before, if you're in the firearms community, you buy and sell and trade firearms kind of like you do automobiles. And so it is possible if this firearm's moved around a lot at some point, people have serial numbers on it. For whatever reason, they could report it stolen. And you have the paperwork to prove it's not. We need to have a process to be able to appeal that. It's just very sensible. I mean, we have appeals processes for literally almost any crime. And so if you're being accused of having a stolen firearm when it is in fact not stolen, why would you not be able to do this? So great amendment, vote yes on it.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just kind of put this into context. There are things that, transfers that happened before Colorado made the law that you had to do a transfer through an FFL. Transfers could happen in a lot of different ways. And then when somebody has a firearm, say an old trustee that's, stowed in their house or whatever, it was under a bed at one point, was taken 20 years ago before any of these laws came about, they find out 5 years ago, oh, I don't have my firearm, it must have been stolen. They report it stolen now. The next transfer that happens, the person or three people down the line that have received that handgun, shotgun, whatever, that firearm, might realize through this that that firearm was stolen and now they're the one being accused of it. So this just offers, again, that appeal process, put it into context for you, but again, I encourage an aye vote.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we have a foundation of our society that's called innocent until proven guilty. This amendment actually is innocent and then proven innocent. And we need to keep that in balance, that the person whatever person we're talking about here that this amendment would apply to, they're actually innocent of any wrongdoing, and we don't want them to get caught up in the trap, to get caught up in something nefarious that they had nothing to do with. And if they can prove that their firearm was transferred or whatever legally, then why would we want to persecute or prosecute somebody for legal action? If it's legal, it's legal. And so let's go with the premise innocent and then proven innocent and accept this amendment on that premise.
there any further discussion on Representative Espinoza?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'd urge a no vote on this request, and we would indicate that if something is on the list that the police or the sheriff's office has hit as a lost or stolen item, then we want to make sure that item goes back to the proper owner. And it's quite probable that there might have been a third person that would try to clean the transaction. So my concern with this language is it could harm original owners if we put this into the procedure. And there is a mechanism, once the lost weapon is replaced to the hypothetical that was given, that can be reported back to the police. That gun would then come off of the list, and it would never show up as a lost or stolen gun at that point. That already exists in process for anyone who has filed a claim for a lost or stolen weapon. So I don't believe any person would be harmed, as was provided by our good representative from El Paso. Douglas? El Paso. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the intent of the sponsor, but this is just one of those things where when I'm looking at it, it allows for the appeal. So instead of, and I think as our justice system is, obviously, as you know, as everybody else should know, that you're presumed innocent. Presumed innocent until proven guilty. So if something comes up with a hit on a firearm that says, now that we're doing these checks, that somebody could have had this firearm for a long time, then there's an appeal process. And of course, I think in the appeal, it seems natural in the appeal process, because otherwise the individual is noted as a criminal for having a stolen gun. And we had this with a something similar with a car years and years ago that had been put together out of a junkyard, didn't have a VIN number. So then we had to go back and get a VIN number so that it wasn't marked as, and verify that it wasn't stolen. So I think in this case, the appeal process, now if there's an innocent owner, if there's another owner out there that comes forward, says, well, they reported the gun, then then the process can happen where you figure out who the rightful owner is. And in figuring out who the rightful owner is, then figuring out who in the middle might have stolen that gun. So you could actually use this to solve the initial crime of the person. Say a person stole the gun and then sold it, thinking that they would get away with it before this amendment or this bill came through. Now, with the appeal process, the individual isn't just marked the individual owner isn't just marked as guilty, but the documentation, the presentation, all of that comes forward. And then you can figure out, you can get to the root of the matter instead of just having to assume that the person with the firearm is guilty of theft. So I think it'd be maybe there's some more language that needs to be added to it for the due process. But if somebody is in possession of that property, that firearm is their property at that point, presumably. Now it might not have come to, and we have to assume, until proven otherwise, that property came to them legally, innocently. So that property should not be deprived without due process of law, and this would ensure due process of law instead of just assuming that the firearm is contraband. So this would, I think, help. This will clean up the law a little bit. If there's some more language that needs to be added, perhaps we should add another amendment. But this helps ensure that anybody that's in this space of, say, a previously stolen firearm, that they maintain their status of innocent until proven guilty, so that there would be an automatic appeal process. So I ask for a yes vote on this because, again, no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. This this is presumably their property. They're innocent. They should not be deprived of it without an appeal. If somebody says that it's stolen, you might find out in that process that maybe there was something transcribed wrong. But there should not be a presumption of guilt immediately. If there is a suspicion of guilt, then it should be adjudicated. The property should not be deprived except by due
Representative DeGraff,
process.
let's stick to the amendment so we can move on.
I'm speaking to the amendment. I'm speaking to the amendment in that if the person who brings in the firearm is presumed innocent, if it is suspected that they have a stolen firearm, they should still be presumed innocent until proven guilty, so they should have the appeal process for that. So I think this is a good amendment to ensure that.
Question before us is adoption of Amendment L22. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Amendment L22 is lost. Is there any further Representative DeGraff?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L011 to SB 205 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment L11 has been displayed and moved. Representative DeGraff to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this just adds Section C to page 3 after line 17. Following the disposition of a completed firearm serial check, number check, the sheriff's office or police department that performed the firearm serial number check shall dispose of that request and any record of that request from any physical file or digital database in the sheriff's office or police department's possession. This kind of gets along down to the line because this is a Second Amendment. This is we're already risking infringement on the Second Amendment here. So this is just saying, this is kind of along the lines in the Constitution that if an agency collects your fingerprints to run them and compare them for a database, that they have to subsequently destroy those fingerprints or return them. They're not to be maintained. So this is a record. And this database of transfers could be used, we don't know how, down the road. So once this is done, there's a determination that this firearm is not stolen. The record, either print or digital, should be destroyed, and then no longer so that now digital would be a little bit more difficult, but not, I guess then it would be not admissible for anything, not usable for anything. So it should be destroyed. Those files should be deleted. That would be, I think that should actually be a probably pretty easy thing to achieve. Once the check is complete, destroy the records. It never happened. They get a clean bill of health on that firearm, and then you move on from there. So still against the bill, but I think an amendment like this will help to ensure that this doesn't become a records retention nightmare.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with this amendment. I think it's something that there is definitely, in reaching out to FFLs and reaching out to constituents and people and talking about this bill, one of the issues was simply the suspicion of some sort of a registry, suspicion of some sort of an accountability of who's possessing the firearm now, who had it, who has it now, and getting into that registry. So if we are doing these checks and any kind of registry, any kind of database, any file storage, anything, every law enforcement agency has their way of recording and documenting any of these situations where they might have to do a check on something, serial number, background check, any of the case. But when it comes down to these, a 4473, it comes down to any kind of a transfer that an FFL does. The names, the numbers, everything that is in there could easily be used by the state at any point or by the entity at any point. So this definitely just makes sure that that information is purged upon completion of that check. This is something that we can assure people you can trust the government, and this is something where it's not going to be not going to be a registry, not going to be something that can be used against somebody down the road or documented as somebody owning or now possessing that firearm down the road. So this will get rid of that suspicion that this isn't going to lead into some registry that's in the next bill coming down the pipe. I encourage a yes vote.
AML Winters.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. So most of the consternation with the gun community and the Second Amendment community is around this. I've said it numerous times in the while, I'll say it again. For my colleagues that run legislation like this, for them it's protection of people. But for the Second Amendment community, legislation like this is fear of registration. Now, that goes back to the whole reason that we have the Second Amendment, is that to keep government in check. So if the group that you're going to keep in check knows the people or the addresses of the people that have guns to keep them in check, then there's no way to keep the government in check. And when you start a registration leads to buyback efforts. And these buyback efforts lead to mandatory buyback efforts. And then when it's not then when people won't comply with the mandatory buyback effort, then it becomes confiscation. And then when we end up with confiscation, that ends up in problems, altercation, and that's the last thing that we want. So I urge a yes vote on this. If you're going to pass a piece of legislation like this, at least assure the people in this state that do love the Second Amendment and do enjoy being able to exercise that they can feel comfortable knowing that somebody isn't keeping this in a back room. That way they can go ahead and use it against them. So I urge an aye vote.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll rise in support of this amendment for all the same reasons that my colleagues just laid out. If you're gonna do these checks and you're gonna have fingerprints and names and addresses and things like that, and you're sending them to the police department and you have serial numbers on it, we at least need to let the sheriff's department or police departments know that this isn't going to be stored. There's not going to be an unofficial database or unofficial registry of this information kept in a file somewhere that maybe one day can be used against them. And that's a reasonable request. It's a reasonable thing to do. If you just want to do a gun registry, then run a bill that does that. But this kind of does an informal, unofficial registry if you're doing these checks anytime you sell a firearm or attempt to sell a firearm to an FFL. And then you give them all this information, such as fingerprints, and then they're not directed by law to destroy it. Now, I think a lot of our sheriffs and police departments, they don't want to have to store this stuff anyway, so I'm sure they'll probably destroy it. But then again, they may scan it. It's probably going to be digitalized anyway. So this at least directs them to not keep it on file because, again, this is an informal, unofficial registry if they keep this information on hand. And so why wouldn't we? I can go through all these bills that we're doing here, and there's a lot of a direction in these laws that we're passing that say you keep something on file for X amount of time and then destroy it afterwards, right? Like record keeping. But with this bill, there's nothing in the language about record keeping, how long you're supposed to keep these, what you're supposed to do with this information. So why would we not give them some kind of direction? And frankly, why would the direction not be to get rid of it? It's completed. The firearm's not stolen. So why are we going to keep their personal information on hand in a file somewhere, either on a computer or in a filing cabinet? Get rid of it. You don't need it. We don't trust you to keep it. So get rid of it. And the law should be clear to the police departments and the sheriff's departments. Once this is done, it goes away. It gets destroyed. You don't get to keep it on file. So I strongly urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to my colleague who spoke immediately after me, I think no matter what we do with this bill, I think it's wise for everybody to not trust the government. You know, it's the fifth that in the Declaration of Independence that if the government becomes abusive to your rights. Now, a government that's abusive to your rights historically is going to have a registry of firearms. And that's why the people, the patriots that are inclined towards, that have an understanding of history, that have an understanding of where firearms registrations go, because again, this morning we had a memorial. We had a memorial about what happens when you treat a class of people as not, and take away their rights as persons, and you don't treat them as self-evidently created equal in the image of God. And then we also learned what happens when the government is allowed to make a registry of firearms. And we've talked about this in the past, that a registry of firearms usually precludes a confiscation of firearms, and a confiscation of firearms leads very quickly to genocide. And that's what we talked about this morning, and we said, never again. Well, the way you do never again is you stay very far away from all of those activities that brought you to that point in the first place. Now, when you look at a gun registry, the reason that the people in all these countries registered their guns willingly is because they trusted their government. You should never trust your government. So if we're going to say never again, we need to stay far away. Now, bills like this are dangerously, I don't think they're dangerously close. I think they're over the line in that regard. And so they're very dangerous. So this is an amendment. This is just an amendment to at least nominally make sure to require that these slips of paper don't accumulate in files, that these digital records don't accumulate, that these records of who's buying a firearm, who's turning in a firearm, don't turn into a registry of firearms. Because again, the idea, we already have the General Assembly treating one class of people as non-persons for the sake of removing their 5th, 14th, 6th, and 8th Amendment rights. And what you want, the reason to not have the registry is because you don't want somebody knocking at your door saying, I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
Representative DeGraff, can you get to your amendment?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I'm totally on the amendment.
Please.
I am totally on the amendment. The reason for, stay with me, Madam Chair, the reason for ensuring that these records, these requests are destroyed is so that we do not have a gun registry. The reason that you don't want a gun registry is because historically gun registry has led to gun confiscation. And the reason that gun confiscation is wrong is because gun confiscation leads pretty quickly to genocide and by a tyrannical government, which is what is growing in this room day by day. So I think it should be, so whatever the intents of the sponsors, and I'm okay with the intent of the sponsors being good, what we have to worry about is the intent of the people who come behind the sponsor, because if a law can be read.
Representative DeGraff, we are not talking about intent. We're talking about the amendment that you yourself brought. And it doesn't seem like you're talking to your own amendment. Sir, please.
Ma'am, I am talking about my
late.
amendment. I mean, it is getting loud in here. I wish everyone would take it off the floor.
Members, can we just be quiet? Because we want to go home and we want him to hurry through this. So can we please listen to him? Thank you.
Yes. The chair is getting confused and thinking that I'm not talking to the amendment, but I am, but it's your fault because she can't hear me.
I am not confused, sir. To the amendment.
This amendment is to preclude a gun registry. A gun registry historically leads to a gun confiscation. A gun confiscation by a tyrannical government historically leads to very bad things. We talked this morning in the memorial about the Holocaust that we would never, ever again let these things happen.
Representative DeGraff, we are not talking about the Holocaust.
No, ma'am, but we are
to
talking-
your amendment.
And the amendment is to preclude us from ever getting to that point of a Holocaust, because the Holocaust that we discussed this morning and said never again is something to which we said we would never let that happen again, which means we would never ever let a gun confiscation happen again, which, stepping back, means we would never let a gun registration happen again, which would simultaneously mean we would never let a bill happen like this again. But here we are. So since we've gone this far and in that direction towards another Holocaust, I'm just saying, let's stop it right here. Let's stop it, at least nominally stop it. I don't think you can, this amendment won't actually stop the gun registration aspect of this bill, but it does add to the legal protections for the individual when somebody knocks on your door and says, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. And what they're helping is you to get rid of your means of self-defense, which is ultimately the purpose of all of these bills. So I'm still for this bill. I'm still for this amendment, still not for this bill. And the reason for being for this amendment is for the Holocaust memorial that we had this morning that we said we would never have happen again.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I, too, along with my colleagues, am for this amendment. Let me make it very simple. Let's kind of end this discussion about the amendment right here, right now, with what I have to tell you. In Colorado, there is no mandatory gun registration requirement at either the state or local level. Colorado law explicitly prohibits local governments, including law enforcement, the sheriff's office, law enforcement from maintaining or having records or databases related to firearm transactions, individuals who buy or transfer firearms, or descriptions of firearms. That is Colorado law. No mandatory registration. Colorado law, CRS 29 TAC 11.7 TAC 102, prohibits the establishment or maintenance of gun registration systems by the state or any local government entity. Let me say that again. Prohibits the establishment, which is what this bill will be doing. This actually establishes an actual list of guns and basic registration, which this amendment will then help the bill. If anyone's listening, I'm not quite sure if the bill sponsors are listening or not, because it's important information. Without this amendment, you are breaking Colorado law. Background checks there's no registration background checks that are required for firearm purchases at the point of sale and for permit purchase situations, including handgun purchases. Private transfers of firearms are also subject to background checks. So while you're wanting to have the guns checked, whether they're stolen or not, there's still going to be a list that the sheriff's office are going to have to establish to be able to do said checks. What we're asking for is for once that, that individual gun is then checked and found to not be stolen, or stolen, but not to not be stolen, then that list goes away immediately. You cannot establish or maintain a list by Colorado law. It's in the law. So basically, this bill will be breaking the law without this amendment. I don't understand why it can't be understood, or I can't make it more clear to you that without this amendment, this bill will be breaking Colorado law. So I'm asking for a yes vote on this amendment. Let's see what happens next.
Representative Espinoza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope members were just listening to my good colleague from Colorado Springs. I just want to say that was exactly what I was going to say. This is already the law. There is no need for this amendment because the law already precludes the creation of any databases or record keeping. Therefore, I would urge a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The way the bill is written right now, it establishes a list. Yes, it does. It establishes a list. So we're trying to make sure that this new law that you're trying to put in place doesn't conflict with another law. So with this amendment, we can make sure that it doesn't conflict. I don't see a problem with it unless, you want to take the risk of breaking the law, which then maybe we can get your bill taken care of. Anyways.
Representative Bottoms.
Thanks to my good colleague in El Paso County. Without this amendment, this bill will not be in compliance with the law because it opens a door. This is Law 101. It opens a door that allows these, and even if it doesn't allow, now you've got sheriffs and police departments saying, well, this is what the law says, but this bill says I'm supposed to collect this data. How do you collect this data and be consistent with the law? Well, according to the way the bill's written now, you can't. This will be out of compliance with law, which is okay with me because then we can destroy it in court. And I think the good sponsor of anybody in this room knows that. And so, sure, I would ask for an aye vote on this amendment, but if you don't, this is the part that'll destroy the whole bill. So do what you want.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just listen, I do appreciate the conversation and the sponsor's willingness to have this discussion. I think it means a lot. It's unusual to have a discussion where we can exchange these. So I appreciate the judge's point of view. So I think that carries a lot of weight. But I think in this case where we're talking about that there shall not be a list, but you're also talking about what we're talking about is the records. We're talking about the disposition of records, and there's nothing right now in the bill that I see that says what should happen with these records, and then without a positive direction that says you should destroy these records, then they might just start accumulating in a file. Now, somebody could make the argument that that accumulation of records in a file is not a list, and so therefore permissible. But after you have a long list of records, and then somebody decides a big drawer full of records, and the sheriff's office has a shoebox full of these things, and then they run them through a scanner, suddenly you have a list. So this just handles the disposition of records. It gives the agencies that are running these, the agencies that have the requests submitted to them, it gives them the authorization, it gives them the permission, the positive permission, because right now the bill is lacking that positive direction of record keeping, of disposition of records. So yes, a list is already illegal. This would be they could say, well, arguably this is not a list. So now I think it's more clear, but just so we're on the record, the sponsors did say that, or my understanding of what the sponsors said is that these records should be destroyed in order to preclude making a list. So that seems to be the intent of the bill. This just clarifies the intent of the bill by making it specific in there that the agency who did the background check, who has the chit of paper that has the serial number on it, that has the the names on it that has all this information, that information is destroyed and not kept in a shoebox or a file cabinet someplace, with the ability to be turned into a list, or even whether it's turned into a list or not, whether it's turned into some sort of tracking system for these. So I think this is a good amendment in that it doesn't change. I don't think it changes the intent of the sponsor. From what the sponsor has said, I don't think it changes it at all. I think what it does is it clarifies it. It tells the agency what they're doing, gives them positive direction on records disposition so that these do not accumulate. So I ask for an aye vote.
Question before us is the adoption of Amendment L011. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Amendment L11 is lost. Representative Armagost to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So getting back to the conversation here, we have the concerns of accountability. There is language in the bill that says may, where this can be construed as an option for an FFL to have to do these background checks. However, there's still liability that falls down on the FFL should something ever come back as a stolen firearm, should something ever be traced back to them being the person or the entity that did the transfer, the purchase, or the sale of the firearm, they could lose their FFL. They can lose their license to be a federally licensed firearm dealer. So there are punitive actions to the FFL should they not accept the may and do this and something comes back to them. So in doing this, I think one of the things that we have to do is give them, if we're going to give them the same liability that we would a law enforcement agency or an entity, a legal entity, they should have the same access that law enforcement has. So I move L21 and ask to be properly displayed.
Amendment L21 has been moved and displayed. Representative Armagost to
Thank you,
the
Madam-
amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is the amendment that can go into the bill that gives the FFL the same access to the lost or stolen firearm database as that. It gives them that direct link through CBI. So they can do the check themselves. They don't have to overburden the law enforcement agency to do it. We aren't putting that chain through all of these different entities, get the same product. They can do it since the liability is going to fall back on them. They can make it simpler for the FFL rather than sticking it to the FFL by putting all the liability on them should they choose not to in the may that comes with this bill. So this simply grants the FFL access to CBI's lost or stolen firearm database. It helps them with the ease of access. It helps them with the ability to quickly determine whether a firearm is reported stolen or not, and then they can report it as needed, as stolen, with the ease of access that they have. They don't have to go through the sheriff's office, the police department, anything like that. If they have the stronger liability than anybody else has, I think we should give them at least the general access that everybody else has. I encourage and I vote.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this amendment is going to keep people out of jail. I think this amendment is going to keep innocent people innocent. The CBI can quickly go through this process, say, okay, this one is stolen, this one is stolen. It'll also give quicker access, easier access for conditions of insurance, and then potentially even stops insurance fraud in the process. And so I think this is a really good, sensible amendment. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise in support of this amendment. We always talk about government efficiency. How efficient is it that we're requiring an FFL to file through their sheriff's department, the police department, and then it takes up to 3 business days, 3 days, and then they report it back, and then maybe they have 48, the FFL has 48 hours if it is stolen. And it's like, why don't we just give them access to the CBI's database? And then they can pull it up instantly and check it. And if it's stolen, then they can report it or do what they do with it. But we want to talk about government efficiency. This is efficient, and there's no fee to it. That's the thing is we're going to end up having to require a fee from the person trying to sell the firearm, because the fee has to be paid to the sheriff's department or the police's department, which will have to be paid by the FFL. So they're obviously going to put that back on the person selling the firearm. So there's going to be a fee from the person trying to sell the firearm to the FFL, and then the FFL is going to have to pay a fee to the sheriff's department, and then they're going to have to pay the fee to whoever they're doing their check with. Why not just give access to the FFLs to access the CBI database, and then they can look it up, and it's instant, and it's efficient? Why are we making government less efficient? I mean, it's kind of rhetorical, but we have an opportunity to make it more efficient, and it makes sense. Just give them access to that database. Let them do the check. They can do it instantly. There's no 72-hour wait, or it's been changed to 3 days now. There's no 3-day wait to do it. It's instant. It's efficient. That solves a lot of issues with this bill. It's still a bad bill, but solves a lot of issues. One of the biggest parts of the bill. So this makes sense. Urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on it? Representative Espinoza?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. We request a no vote on this amendment, as we have fully investigated the option of using CBI. The reason the FFLs came to us is CBI has not been able to do this function, and they said if they were to try, they couldn't do anything until at least the year 2028. Our hope will be we'll have a federal fix before that. That's why the bill provides for the federal fix to do that, should we be able to get the cooperation of the federal government. We ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a little confused on this, because any file that they're keeping that the government is going to compare it to could probably be just turned into a PDF of a list of files, and then it could be sent out to the FFLs in the state of Colorado in one email, maybe 2 emails if you're limited to 50 recipients per, but one email most likely that you could send that list to them. So even if you can't do a database, I mean, everything doesn't have to be a database. It could be just a PDF file. A PDF file that the FFLs print out whenever they get a new one, and then they just keep that on the desk. And when somebody brings in a firearm, they can cross-reference that number. There's no records disposition. So I think this is the best idea overall. This bill could be reduced to the FFLs and the pawn shop owners will get a PDF list of stolen firearms, and they go in and they say, a gun if a firearm is brought in, it's the automatic. There's no request. There would still be the accountability to it through whatever checks they want to do. But this is the easiest. This is the cheapest. This is the most certain way to ensure not violating the Second Amendment while. Yeah, so this is a great amendment. This should be a strike below, and this entire bill replaced with this, that these FFLs will get the printed list. The printed list can be compared by them. There's no government intrusion. It's just the government actually helping the FFLs in this case, instead of maintaining a de facto de facto registration, which the bill actually does right now. So this is the best thing. This should be a strike below. The sponsors should take this and I think we'd probably have a lot more agreement.
AML Winters.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also stand for this amendment. I think at the end of the day, if the goal you're trying to reach is to be able to get these guns off the streets, this is a way to still do that and ensure that gun owners don't feel like their FFL is forced to keep a registry on them. It makes them know that their sheriffs and police are actually out there policing and being able to do what they do to keep their streets safer. So you have the list. If the main goal is to get these stolen guns off the streets or to find out who's stealing the guns, by providing that list of serial numbers, isn't that the same goal? So we always talk about in here how we have two different ways of doing things and trying to find that way where the nexus crosses. So if you're trying to pull these off the street, we don't want there to be a registry, then in my opinion, this is the nexus where we agree to disagree on some things, but we agree to agree on this, if that's the end goal of this legislation. And with that urge, and I vote.
Members, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L21. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Amendment L21 is lost. Representative Caldwell to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, an issue that I have with this bill, among other things, is kind of the onus that it puts on our FFLs with saying that if they should have known that the firearm was stolen, which is a very, very vague, it's very, very vague in its interpretation. I mean, either it's stolen or it's not, and to say to that an FFL that they maybe should have known it was stolen is a violation, and for that, they can lose their firearms license, and that's on page 5, line 5, potential revocation of the person's federal firearms license if, on page 4, line 6, they reasonably believes or knows or should know or becomes aware that a person sold or attempted to sell a firearm that is stolen, lost, or involved in an open criminal investigation. The dealer shall report that information to a law enforcement agency with jurisdiction over the dealer's place of business. So, again, we're kind of getting into the mind of an FFL and saying, well, you should have known. But that is a very vague interpretation. And if they should have known, but they didn't know, they could potentially lose their FFL, which is their way of life. You don't just, if you're an FFL and you have your own firearms store, that's not something you build overnight. That's something that takes years and years, and that is your livelihood. That is a full-time job. And to lose that is losing your livelihood. It'd be like being a doctor and losing your doctor's license, or being a lawyer and being disbarred. That is your way of life, and we are threatening to take that away if they should have known a firearm was stolen, but maybe they didn't actually know, and then they didn't report it, and now we're going to punish them by taking away their livelihood. So for that reason, Madam Chair, I move L018 to Senate Bill 205 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Amendment L18 has been moved and displayed. Representative Caldwell to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, as I laid out there my concerns with it, what this amendment essentially does is it strikes page 4, lines 4 through 27, which is where it lays out the knows or should have known language. It's putting the liability, the onus on the FFLs. And then it also strikes page 5, lines 1 through 6, which is where it adds the language that if they did not report it because they knew or should have known, they will lose their license. And so what this is doing is removing the liability from the FFLs and the requirements for them, because again, you're saying that they should maybe just assume it's stolen, and maybe they didn't just assume it was stolen, and for that reason they didn't report it. But then if for some reason it comes back that it was stolen, Now what we're saying is you could lose your license over that. And again, I know a lot of FFLs, and they are extremely responsible. Every single gun store you walk into, you'll see a sign, and it says that they have the right to refuse to sell to you if they have some kind of suspicion. So they already have that ability if they assume something is off to refuse to sell the firearm to someone. And now what we're saying with this bill is that if someone tries to sell a stolen firearm, that if we're getting again into the mind of the person, the FFL, saying, well, you should have known that this was stolen, and if maybe you really didn't, but the liability then goes on you, and for that you could lose your livelihood. And so what this amendment does, L018, is removes that liability and requirement from them, which I think is fair, because without this, I mean, this just does feel like we're putting a serious, huge burden on our FFLs when I still haven't heard that this is actually something that we need. I have heard that, an FFL in Pueblo has requested this, but when we talk to an actual FFL organization that is made up of dozens, if not hundreds of FFLs around Colorado, I don't think they want this. And so we're saying this bill is needed because one FFL in Pueblo requested it, but I still haven't heard the example of where this would have prevented something in particular. So again, this amendment takes that liability off of the 99.99% of FFLs who didn't request this bill. So I urge an aye vote.
Representative Armagas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I agree with my colleague completely. This is an important issue because this is something that is in place already for law enforcement to be able to do, for CBI to be able to do. People can access CBI to do a background check should they find something suspicious. But what we're doing here is furthering something that puts a huge liability on the FFL. What are we asking the FFL to do? Essentially, we're asking them to profile. We're asking that FFL, you need to find something about a person or a situation that makes you feel uncomfortable with purchasing, transferring, or selling a firearm, and that you would need to then do a check on a firearm to see if it was stolen based on the person that you're encountering. So we aren't, in this bill, we're not providing any kind of a matrix. We're not providing any kind of a guideline for an FFL to say, this is what I need to look for to be able to report. In the may report aspect of this bill, we aren't giving a matrix. We aren't giving something for them to say, this is your guideline to go by. They instead have to profile. So we're asking them to profile. If they don't profile properly, they can lose their FFL should something come back that they didn't request a background check for. So we need to absolutely take this liability off of the FFLs, the people that are trying to provide for their families, having a small business, having a business, and therefore just doing their jobs. But if they're not doing it to the standard of this bill, they lose their FFL. And in this bill, the standard that we're asking them to do is to simply profile somebody that comes into their shop. And then who knows what can come from that as well. There could be other liability. Now they're getting discrimination suit or something on them because of the way they treated somebody in an interaction because they felt suspicious about a firearm transfer. All of this is creating more and more liability on FFLs. We are therefore making it impossible for them to stay in Colorado and do business because of more regulations, more liability. We need to pass this amendment. I encourage an aye vote so we can take the liability off of the FFLs. Leave it as is. It's not a problem that's broken. One FFL apparently said this was an issue. Every other FFL in Colorado says, no, this adds liability to us. Coming from Pueblo, asking the Pueblo police chief. The Pueblo police chief knows nothing about any of this coming back to any FFL. So this is not a broken situation. All that this bill is doing is creating more liability for FFLs. This amendment will help take that liability off of the FFLs should this bill pass. I encourage an aye vote.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we're running amendments. We've run some amendments already that are trying to give tools to the FFLs. Like that you get a database that says this is stolen firearms, and this comes from the CBI, and it would be quick, right? That was voted down. So we got tools like that we're trying to hand to the FFLs, and those are being rejected. And now this amendment says, well, let's do something to try to keep the FFLs from having to do the job of the police, sheriffs, and or CBI without the tools. They have to do the work without the tools. And so, yes, this will be profiling. That's the only way they can do it. We've already tried to give them tools to do this that would not include profiling. They could take that off the table, but now we're not letting them have any of the tools available, but then we're going to put the FFLs in danger. These are husbands and wives with families that they're depending on this. This is their job. This is their income. And we're going to put them at risk, at high risk. This isn't even just maybe casually. This will most definitely put them at high risk of losing their FFL, their license. And why, either one or the other. Either let's give them the tools, which we've rejected, or let's not hold them accountable for trying to do the job of the sheriff without the tools. We're hitting them both ways. We're attacking them. This is attack against them. If it wasn't, then we would do one or the other. Either give them the tools or don't hold them accountable for stuff that they cannot be accountable for. This falls outside of that purview, but we're making them do stuff that they do not have the qualifications and the tools to do because we won't let them have those tools. And so this is a necessary amendment just to keep people working, just to keep people with a paycheck. We're literally trying to run people out of business with this. This doesn't make sense. We've got to stop this stuff. The bottom line is enough, and we've got to reclaim Colorado.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I generally don't speak twice on amendments. However, my good colleague from El Paso County got me fired up. And I'm not sure if I said this the first time I came up here, but the 99.99% of FFLs did not ask for this. Yet, we're bringing this saying that they want it, and then we're putting these liabilities on them that they didn't ask for, except for apparently one down in Pueblo. And we're saying, and by the way, with this liability, you could lose the very thing that you feed your family with, your firearms license. And the thing is this is not even the first bill this session that we've put more regulations on them. And then if you think about last year, we put our own state FFL, essentially, a state license on them on top of this that they certainly did not ask for. And so, again, this continuous burdensome regulations on our FFLs threatening to take away their livelihood if they don't comply or if they make a mistake is not good for our gun stores in Colorado who are operating with the highest integrity. Again, every single FFL you go into has a sign that says we reserve the right to refuse the sale of firearms to anyone. And they do that because they want to be responsible. They're there, they're talking to the people, they're making that assessment on whether they feel like potentially the intentions of the person in their store that they're looking at face to face is good or bad. So we make sure we reserve that right, and I'm sure they use that. And I've heard of our FFLs using that before because again, they want to sell firearms to responsible people who aren't going to do irresponsible things with it. This amendment just removes that liability from them and does not threaten them that they will lose their FFL if maybe they make a mistake, or not even that. They should have known that a firearm was stolen, that somebody was selling to them, but maybe they didn't, right? Again, this is very vague language, and it is threatening the livelihood of our FFLs who are good people. And we have a lot of them in El Paso County. We have a lot of them in House District 20, and they are struggling. I've talked about it from the well before. A good friend of mine was an FFL in Falcon, Colorado, and unfortunately he's no longer in business. And we keep passing regulations like this, we're going to get less people trying to join. And I would never say that that is the intention, but that is certainly the consequence. That is the consequence of passing more and more regulations on our FFLs. You're going to get less new ones, and the ones that are currently here are eventually going to throw up their hands, and they're going to move on. Now, again, I would never say that is the intention of a bill, but that will be the consequence. Certainly wouldn't say that is the intention, but that is certainly a consequence, is putting more and more burdensome regulations on people like our FFLs. You're going to get less of them. And they're just trying to make a living. I believe the statistic that I heard earlier was 70% are the small businesses. I believe that was a statistic I heard earlier. These are mom and pop shops doing this. And we are making it almost impossible for them to survive. And this amendment here removes that liability from them if they should have known, but they didn't know. So I certainly urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative DeGraff.
I know. Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, she just has me on the list. That's some excellent record keeping right there. She might be my favorite chair. I agree with my colleagues. We need to remove these. We need to remove these burdens from the FFLs. If this was the sole bill, and there wasn't just this continual addition to the work, with really no gain. The testimony that we've heard, there's some mysterious FFL in Pueblo that wants this, and then we have hundreds of other FFLs in the FFL Association that doesn't. So I'm curious as to why the one FFL is, it'd be nice if we could actually question that FFL as to what the intent was and what was actually missing, because none of the other FFLs seem to have any idea what is missing, what they're missing. And so when we take all of these rules in their entirety, it's very difficult to even if we take the sponsors at their word that this is not to drive FFLs out of business, it's very difficult to not look and see this is more of a consequence of driving FFLs out of the state in their support of our Second Amendment right, which is to protect against a tyrannical government, which the General Assembly majority party is insistent on creating. So we do need these FFLs. We do need to have these individuals, because it is, and there's so many reasons for having the Second Amendment. There's so many reasons, and I've already talked about some of them, of staying away from this registration, confiscation, mutilation path that we're on. And we stay far away from that by the way you don't get to the destination is you don't take that first step. And history, as a warning from the future, should inform us that taking these first steps is not a good idea. So in protection, is there a problem with gun crime? Well, yes, you imported it. And you asked, the governor imported a massive amount of gun crime.
Representative DeGraff, to the amendments before us, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What I'm saying is that we need to stop the bills like this put a unreasonable expectation on our FFLs. We need the FFLs to support our Second Amendment rights. We need the FFLs and our Second Amendment rights in order to preserve the right of self-defense, one of those creator-endowed, self-evident rights in accordance with the laws of nature and nature's God. We need those rights in order to maintain a functional republic where the rights of minorities, the rights of individuals are protected from the mob. So the mob, which of course is democracy. So I recommend an aye vote on this. The bill is taking us down one step, and we should reconsider going down that one step towards the you could argue that it does not get rid of the Second Amendment. It does not ever get rid of your right to the right of self-defense, because the government doesn't have that. But the government does have the ability to preclude the execution of the right to self-defense, which is how we go down those steps of registration, confiscation, genocide. So we should get off that. We should vote no on this bill, and we should not be taking the steps that we said this morning we would never do again.
All right, is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage or the adoption of Amendment L018 to Senate Bill 205. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. To the bill, is there any further discussion on Representative Bradley? To the bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I heard this in committee. I have not spoken on it. Thank you for letting me speak. For my district, we heard a bunch of testimony. I don't think the FFLs, well, I know the FFLs don't want it. The FFLs in my district do not want any more regulation. I think the sponsors' hearts are in the right place. I truly do believe that. We heard testimony after testimony after testimony. They're tired of the regulations. They're already working with the sheriff's departments. And there was no FFL that came and testified in favor of this bill. I was waiting to listen to an FFL come testify. We did have a deputy come testify and said that this is going to impact law enforcement, is going to take law enforcement off the streets. We're already the third least safe state. It is going to take additional money for personnel. It's going to pull sheriffs off of patrol for this in an already crime-ridden state. It's illegal registries, unfunded mandates. California already has over 100 gun control laws, and they still have the most active shooter incidents. Another FFL came and testified, overregulated. It's designed to shut down businesses. It's a de facto registry to implement. They're going to be, and the biggest thing that the FFLs came to testify against was the profiling. They're going to be made to judge people, and they're going to get brought up on charges for profiling. And then I asked the FFL, in 3 years as an FFL, have you ever had a criminal come try to sell you a gun? And he was like, no, criminals don't come to FFLs to sell guns. And that they already are protected by the federal level, at the federal level. So he doesn't understand where this is coming from. Several other people came in and said the language that FFL should know is so very broad, and this is just going to be another way that's going to run these people out of business. We have so many gun laws and so many regulations right now. This is not going to put the people that are selling guns like this in jail, and those are the criminals. We've got to stop regulating these people and go after the people that are actually selling illegal guns, and that's the criminals. They're not selling to FFLs, and they're not selling to the pawn shops. We need to direct or redirect those laws to try to go after the criminals. The FFLs do not want this. This is who they're targeting. We need to be listening. Excuse me. We need to be going after those people. I urge a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Armagost. All right. Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The overwhelming discussion with the police and the sheriff departments is that this is really going to overload them. This goes into the category of pretty much not doable by these groups. And this is just, it's not a forced mandate, it's a forced burden on them to say, okay, now here's another thing that you have to do to contribute to the destruction of the Second Amendment and the confiscation of firearms. That's not what the bill says, but that's what will happen. And so now we're saying, okay, sheriffs, police departments, you need to do this. You need to be the one to take care of all of the details of this. So with that in mind, I move Amendment 012 and ask for it to be properly displayed.
All right, give us just a moment. That's properly displayed to your amendment.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So this amendment basically just moves the bill into the arena of CBI. Their capacity to accomplish this is going to be much better than the police, sheriff's departments all across our state. That's again, it's not a unfunded mandate, but it's a forced mandate that now you have to add all of this other stuff. And we talked to the sheriffs and the police departments about this, and they said most definitely this will be much added to their plate in this arena. And so I'm going to take the word of the sheriffs and the police on that, that this really is going to overload them. And so I think we just need to move this to CBI, let CBI take care of this. And this is already more in the wheelhouse of the CBI anyway than the sheriffs and the police departments. So I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, this is not only something that can just be an easy streamline for CBI that is already the tool for this with the lost or stolen firearm database. Why are we including sheriffs? Why are we including the police? Why are we putting that burden on them while we're putting the liability on the FFL? Why not just give them that direct access to CBI's lost or stolen firearm database? Why not just give them that direct access to CBI? This is just one of those things that simply removes that chain and makes it a direct link. We don't need to be going through multiple entities just to get the same product that we're trying to get that is currently already in place. So this is something, it's common sense, put it directly to CBI, which is what is already in place. Give the FFL, if we're going to make them have this liability that they're going to ensue with this, let's at least give them the direct link to CBI to just get this done quickly, not burden and put this on our sheriffs and police departments. Let's just give them the direct link. Do it through CBI the way it's already done. The bill can still be as it is. This is a simple fix. I encourage an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing Representative Lindstadt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would urge a no vote on this amendment. We would urge a no vote on this amendment. We already do this with pawn shops, so this amendment doesn't make a lot of sense to separate the FFLs and the pawn shops.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pawn shops do it. FFLs don't need to. We're putting this load on the police department. The police department, we're just going off the testimony of the police department. The police department came in and they said, if you add this to our list, we are going to have to take manpower off the street in order to comply with this. Now, I do understand, that when you take manpower, you take police, you take law enforcement off the street in order to deal with administrivia, it actually serves the purpose of bills like this, which is to increase crime, because increased crime then would be reason for next year coming back and saying, we implemented this control, crime actually went up, which then indicates that we need more control. That's the nature of all of these reasonable impositions. These reasonable infringements are all, the purpose of these reasonable infringements are to get to the next reasonable infringement, and the next reasonable infringement, and the next quote-unquote reasonable infringement. So I don't know where these bills come from or the ideas. It would be nice if we could actually talk to the one FFL out of the hundreds that seems to think this is a good idea, because he's obviously the FFL of, the FFL guru, that knows that bill is required when all of the others say no. But let's put this, I think the real reason for not putting this at the CBI is that would be a state agency. A state agency would then have a bigger fiscal note at the state level. Now, magically, this is zero. This is zero. So all of these law enforcement agencies said they're going to have to add manpower, but the fiscal note is zero. At least on that page and that page, zero fiscal note. All right, so what we're doing, instead of adding a couple manpower up at the CBI, which would be a state-imposed expense, which would be the General Assembly saying, this is a priority for us, we are going to budget for it and mandate, and put instead the onus, and I'm just going off the law enforcement here, what the law enforcement testimony was, that they would actually have to increase their manning or take manning off the street. And when they do that, crime increases, and then next year you have the justification for even more infringements. So right now what we have is we have an unfunded mandate, and when we look at just bringing that up to the CBI, it's where our local law enforcement is not going to be affected, where you would have the benefit of all of the agencies reporting into there, so you could have one place that's handling this. Instead of doing that, we're farming it out, losing manpower across the board. We still have all of the governor's guests to deal with that are increasing crime, increasing gun violence on behalf of the cartels, and then you try to make it harder for individuals to protect themselves. So I think we need to have this bill, put it up where it belongs, stop forcing unfunded mandates on the people of Colorado, because the people of Colorado pay for them. They don't really care whether it's out of the general fund or not. It comes out of their pockets. All of these operations come out of their pockets. It's unfair to the people of Colorado to continue pushing unfunded mandates, and we've got to reclaim Colorado.
Is there any further discussion on that? Representative Armagast.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My colleague from El Paso County brings up a good point. The idea of this, of course, the idea of this is we can put these mandates on our local governments, on our counties and our municipalities, our police departments, because that's an unfunded mandate that we don't have to worry about. We can turn a blind eye to our local governments, and as the state, we don't have to worry about a fiscal note and getting this through appropriations or finance. We can simply push this out on somebody else, and it's their problem now. That's unfair, and it's just unacceptable to put this on our sheriffs and our police departments when it's something very simple. The bill sponsor came up here and said, this is something that we're already doing in the gun shops. This is to target the small home-based FFLs, the small FFLs that don't have the resources that your gun shop, your pawn shop might have. This is going to be those small businesses, the mom and pop, the home-based FFLs. Why, instead, can't we do something like this where they have a direct link to CBI? They have a widget, and not like the widget that my colleague from El Paso brings up. Those are the people watching tonight. The widget or app that somebody can have that has a little button they can click, enter their FFL number on the CBI website, and run a check on a gun. They can run a check on a serial number. Very simple for that home-based FFL to do this. Not a very big burden, but guess what? That would probably require something of CBI to do to their website to provide that, or an app. That would cost money for them to provide that, and the state would have to pay for that, and this wouldn't pass appropriations. But instead, we're willing to put this on our local police department and our sheriff's office, and then still putting that liability on the FFL, that home-based FFL that's simply trying to pay the bills with a business that some people in this room might not agree with. So again, we need to accept something like this where we can just put this direct link for them to be able to access CBI and run the check through CBI, which is where it's happening anyway, even in our gun shops, as the bill sponsor said. Why are we making it more difficult just because we're trying to avoid a fiscal note? This is a direct link. It's going to create a fiscal note, but this is something that I think we can all be on board with. hey, the FFLs have an easy way of just doing a background check. May, as the bill says. I don't think there's anything really to argue in that. But we have a simple amendment like this, and I have a feeling this isn't going to be accepted. So I encourage a yes vote on this. I think this is something we should really consider. Vote yes on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is passage of Amendment L012 to SB 205. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails, is lost to the bill. Representative Bottoms. Sorry, delayed. Now to the bill.
I reject that. Thank you, Madam Chair. So we're trying to make this bill, which, by the way, on our side, we all hate. We're trying to make this bill streamlined. We're trying to make it actually doable, which really doesn't make sense in my head. The only thing that makes sense in my head is we know that none of these are being accepted, and so we're not making it streamlined. It's going to be horrible and encumbered. And we also know that because of one amendment that wasn't accepted, this will be challenged on legal premise of whether it's even legal to do this. So with that, I'm trying to now say I don't understand why we're going after these small FFLs. I don't understand it. We're literally trying to put the small guys out of business. I thought we were anti-big guys and pro-small guys. But this bill tears the little guys apart, tears the mom and pops, tears these things down, destroys their business, puts them out of business. Why? I know the reason, but I will get gavelled if I say it. But I know the why. What if I whisper it? Okay, so I move 016 to 205 and ask for it to be displayed.
All right, give us a moment. That is properly displayed to the amendment. Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this bill basically requires the CBI to perform the serial number checks. Not the police, not the sheriffs, no, it requires, now you say, well, this is already being done. It is already being done, but we've also, with this bill, we've added all this extra layer in between. That's the sheriffs and the police departments. I don't know why we're adding them in there, except to just make them do more work or harass them or something. I don't know why, because they don't need to have a place in this. It doesn't make sense, actually. We're causing an extra step that's going to muddy this thing up and cause problems. And so if we just say, okay, all of the serial number checks, all of them are done by the CBI. We're not going to have all these weird roadblocks and hesitancies and things like that. The sheriffs, when they get around to it, or the 3 days, but 3 days plus when they get around to it. I mean, those are the things that are going to be happening here because they're overloaded already, and this gives the opportunity to just do the the serial number check just through the CBI. Just run it through the CBI, and then the shops don't have to worry about it, the FFLs don't have to worry about it, all this kind of stuff. It's streamlined and it stays more consistent with some of the things that we're already doing without asking all these other layers to be added in. And so I strongly urge, and I vote on this, let's try to do something. Let's try to do something here that saves a job, just one FFL job. It's still going to destroy a lot of them. It's going to tank a lot of these jobs literally overnight. But let's try to save one, maybe two of these FFL jobs. So I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is passage of Amendment L016 to Senate Bill 205. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it, the amendment fails. Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're serious. So serious. So in everything that we're doing, in the liability that we're creating for our FFLs, the measures we're trying to take to at least alleviate some of that liability seems to not be very well accepted. I think with that, we're just creating more of an idea to the FFLs of what is going to be required of them, even though it says may. If they don't do the may and something comes back, they're liable. They lose their FFL. So if somebody comes back, something comes back as stolen, and they have the ability to still report it, not knowing that there was something suspicious, because maybe they didn't want to profile somebody and get slapped with a lawsuit of discrimination or even defamation of character or anything that could come from that. There's a timeline here. The timeline being that 3 days. If they didn't report within 3 days, they can be held liable. So if we're not going to at least alleviate some of the liability, I think we need to alleviate the timeline. So I move L20 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is properly displayed to your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So all this amendment does is removes the timeline requirement to report. It makes it, since we can't take some of that liability off of the FFL, we should make it to where at least they don't have to have that timeline in case something does arise or somebody does say something. Because we do even have those cases where a disgruntled spouse in a divorce might sell the firearms underneath the knowledge of the other end of that party, or that divorce, the other party in that divorce. Somebody in a household might be able to sell something, and that before that person has the ability to report it stolen, and then they catch word later on, oh, by the way, so-and-so that was doing that was selling somebody else's firearms, and then they can report it. But that may not happen within the time constraints of this bill. So while we have the liability, maybe we need to alleviate the timeline, so I encourage an aye vote.
Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and we would urge a no vote on this amendment. And I just want to be clear, the liability already exists in state law. This does not change that. All this does is give the FFLs an ability to protect themselves from the already existing liability.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is passage of Amendment L020 to Senate Bill 205. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it, the amendment is lost. To the bill, Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there's a lot going on the federal level and otherwise that are making these tools easier for states to be able to have these abilities to pass down to their FFLs. There's currently development of technology and infrastructure to make these things more viable, these options more accessible to FFLs, to business owners, to gun shops, to pawn shops, and overall to your investigative resources in each state. For our state, obviously, Colorado Bureau of Investigation. So with these things that are in the works, I think we're getting the cart ahead of the horse a little bit. And I would think it would be wise to push off implementation until we have some of that infrastructure and things in place. I think it would be wise to make sure that we are getting in line with things as they are falling down, as they are falling into place. And with that, I move L15 and ask it to be properly displayed.
All right. That amendment is properly before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as you can see, this pushes the effective date, the bill effective date, to 2028. And this gives the federal government time to complete the technology and infrastructure necessary to really implement what we are trying to implement properly with the resources that are available, and especially it keeps us from having to readdress this down the road, say in 2028. We can implement this. Therefore, if there are changes that need to be made, we can make those changes before the bill is even implemented. So we aren't putting the unnecessary burden on law enforcement. We aren't putting the unnecessary liability on the FFLs. They will have this already in federal infrastructure, and we can just, our state can simply fall in line to be able to make this as easy to comply with as possible, rather than making something that we're forcing them to comply with something that is, and as you heard from my colleagues, something that the FFLs have told us is unreasonable liability. And the sheriffs and police have said this is an unnecessary and unreasonable burden to put on their agencies as a middle entity between two entities. Rather than going direct, it's going through that local law enforcement. So making these things possible and more viable, more easy to simply comply with, I think we should push off the implementation to 2028 when that technology infrastructure is actually ready and available. So with this amendment, I encourage an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Espinoza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just urge a no vote on this amendment. The reason we did not go with CBI to many of the previous amendments is because this would be the earliest date that they said they could do this is 2028. We already pushed out implementation to 2026. We'd ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of L015 to Senate Bill 205. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment is lost. To the bill. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Seeing Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, this is just another thing that picks away at First and Second Amendment. We understand that. No infringement. This picks away at it. This also is directly takes on FFLs, specifically the smaller ones. That the bigger gun shops, they may not be living paycheck to paycheck, but the bill goes directly after the smaller ones, and when we prove that by trying to put some amendments in there that says, well, let's not pick on the small guys. These guys are living hand to mouth, most of them. I have a couple FFLs in my church. They're not making money. They're scraping by, but they love doing what they're doing. Well, let's take that away for them. They love doing what they're doing, so let's take it away. Let's stop that. They're not doing anything wrong. They're not harming anybody. They're doing everything they can to abide by the law and do all this, but now we're saying, okay, you got to be looking for this, you got to be profiling here. We're not going to give you the tools to do it, and we're going to potentially take your FFL away, or even fines or anything that's going to come along with this. These are people that literally are living paycheck to paycheck. So let's punish them for that. Let's punish them for doing what they enjoy, doing it legally. To be an FFL, you have to go through a bunch of stuff. They're doing this. They're abiding by the law. And we're just going to try to take their business away. I literally don't understand that. The sheriffs are not in favor of this. Police department's not in favor of this. The FFLs, I mean, there's this magical FFL in Pueblo that likes it, but the FFLs are not in favor of this, and yet we keep doing all this. It's just to put gun businesses out of business in Colorado. Bill after bill after bill. Let's destroy an industry, a major industry in a hunting state, in a hunting destination state. Let's destroy the industry. Because I have an ideology rather than care about the people. I'm going to put my ideology in front of business, in front of people, in front of what's right and decent, because I'm right. I'm right. You can find this through the annals of history. Those countries usually collapse, but I'm right. And so let's take the businesses away. Let's destroy a major industry in Colorado in the process. And let's start at the bottom. Let's not even start at the big guys. Let's start at the bottom and let's start destroying a one by one at the bottom until then we can move higher, which we've already done bills for that too, by the way. And then we can move higher, which we've already done bills for that too, by the way. The people of Colorado are tired of this. They are tired of this. Enough is enough. We've got to reclaim Colorado.
Representative Lindstadt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to make sure that we're all talking about Senate Bill 205, which is an optional bill. The liability that the FFLs already have is in statute currently. So this optional bill gives them the ability to protect themselves from selling stolen firearms and purchasing stolen firearms. It's optional. So just want to make sure that we're talking about the bill before us, which aligns FFLs with pawn shops. Thanks.
Representative Barron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I was wondering if the good representative here, the sponsor, can answer one of my questions. So my question is, would this impose another crime to the FFL if they don't do, okay. He did say no. That's a good question. But thank you for that. I appreciate it. So yes, the FFLs do have this already in place. They do have that option to be able to protect themselves. I agree 100%. The thing is that I don't see it being necessary to run a bill to now tell them, yeah, you have the option when they already know they have the option. So I just don't see the focus of this bill being necessary at the moment, and I urge a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on the bill? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, I recommend a no vote on this bill. This is just a pre-shall bill. May this year, shall next year. It's just pre-shalls. And one of the things that I think is important is that when you look at this, what I consider legislation 101, what it says it is, it ain't. That always holds true. And another one, if it can be weaponized against you, it will be weaponized against you. And this is what I see. Now, when I look at this bill here, that should take effect as soon as the technology and infrastructure for a federal firearms licensee performs a firearms serial number search is available. Then 5, if a firearms dealer who holds a state permit firearms pursuant to section 1812-401.5 reasonably believes or should know or becomes aware that a person sold or attempted to sell a firearm that is stolen, lost, involved in a criminal investigation, the dealer shall report that information to a law enforcement agency with jurisdiction over the dealer's place of license. Failure to make the report as required by subsection 5 within 48 hours after the dealer reasonably believes or should know or becomes aware of the firearms what will these tax-paying widgets do? So I'm trying to figure out, I thought the deal was for tomorrow. I'm trying to figure out where the optional part is, because it is if reasonably believes or should know. Now, how do we make that determination? Who makes the determination that you should know? Does somebody walk in with covered with face tats and you should know? Who determines who should know? It's a completely arbitrary standard. Let's say if a firearms dealer holds a state permit pursuant to this section should know that a person that sold or attempted to sell a firearm that is stolen, lost, or involved. How should he know? Or becomes aware, reasonably believes. Any one of those things. What is reasonably? Now, if I were to guess, I would guess that, we don't know who the FFL in Pueblo is. My guess would be a big FFL that wanted to put little FFLs out of business, but we don't know. So we're talking about a de facto registration that adds to the police department workload. You add to the police department workload, you increase crime on the streets. We have the FFLs, other than the mystical FFL for whom this is all created, telling us that they don't have a problem with this. The police are telling us that we don't have a problem with this. The police are telling us it's going to take manpower off the streets, which makes crime worse. That's a problem. All while being an unfunded mandate. All while being an unfunded mandate. So I see where it's kind of like, well, reasonably believes or should know or becomes aware, because when any of those triggers are met, by who? Who makes that determination that you should have reasonably known? Or should know or becomes aware that. Then I don't see that it's optional. I see that it's mandatory. The only mays I see in here are pre-shells. If it's mandatory, if it's optional, why implement it? And I think it's optional because next year it'll be mandatory. That's how these work. And the only reason that, not to disparage the current sponsors, but the only reason not to trust a reasonable infringement is history. Because there's tons of previous infringements on the Second Amendment, and all of those reasonable amendments, all of those reasonable infringements that people said, you know what, that's reasonable, we'll go with that. All of those reasonable infringements led to more infringements. That's why there's a lack of trust. It's not necessarily with the sponsors here, it's with their predecessors. It's at the federal level. It's in every other state. There is a vast history of all of these reasonable infringements turning into bigger infringements. So whatever the response of the sponsors, no, we're not going to make this, we're not going to expand this. Doesn't matter. I'm worried about whoever comes behind them. Because this bill will not solve problems, it will not solve crime. We know it's not going to solve crime. It's probably going to increase crime. And every time that there's an increase in crime caused by the reasonable infringements, then those who are keen to reasonably infringe make more infringements. That's just the way this game is played. Because ultimately, the goal is abolition. And if you can't get rid of the Second Amendment outright, the underlying goal, is to make it impossible to exercise. And if you exercise it improperly, then you become a criminal. And if you become a criminal, then you're not allowed to exercise it. That's not the intent of the bill. I get it.
Representative DeGraff, can you speak to the actual bill?
The actual bill, the infringements in the bill here are easily expandable, easily modifiable into something that is completely. We have an unfunded mandate. We have what will amount to an increase in crime. I'm just going off from what the law enforcement said. And we have the word of a mystical FFL who says this will somehow help, but none of the other FFLs seem to know. So we have a We have a contrived solution to an imaginary problem to create a mandate in the future, if not already, based on vague language. So I recommend a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on the bill? Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a whole lot to say about this other than death by 1,000 cuts. That's where we're at. More and more attacks on the Second Amendment. But people are starting to pay attention, and that's a good thing. So I urge a no vote on this bill.
Is there any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of SB 205 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 205 passes. We're going to take a short recess. We are no longer in recess. All right, the committee will come back to order. Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
All right, the committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Shebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to part is under consideration of the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bills 1038 is amended, 1159 is amended, 1189 is amended, and 1333 passed on second reading or engrossed and placed on the calendar for third and final passage. Senate Bills 20 is amended, 41 is amended, 81 is amended, 144 is amended, 147, 168, 182, 193, 194, 203, 205 is amended, 277 passed on second reading or revised and placed on the calendar for third and final passage.
Representative Riden. I love it. Members, you have heard that dancing motion. We do have amendments at the desk. Mr. Shebel, please read the first Armagost Amendment to Senate Bill 205 of the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Armagost moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Armagost Amendment, L19 to Senate Bill 205, to show that said amendment passed, that Senate Bill 205 is amended passed.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the first Armagost Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and has to be properly displayed.
One moment, please. It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So again, this is simply giving the Sheriff's Office and the police departments an opportunity to get reimbursement if this is going to be an unfunded mandate on our local law enforcement agencies rather than providing that direct link to Colorado Bureau of Investigation. As a state, it should be responsible for us to offer that reimbursement. So oh, sorry. Back to the beginning here.
All good.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With this, we are simply making it anonymous for the reporting FFL so that they can actually maintain some anonymity with this. They don't have to report something and have to come back with somebody that's in their office or in their home or place of business or knows where they live now that can actually find some form of retribution, that making it ensured that it is anonymous for the reporting party to be able to maintain that anonymity even after they make the report. So I encourage an aye vote.
Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All we're doing is having FFLs mirror pawn shops in this regard, so this is unnecessary. We would ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the first Armagost Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Carter, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Carter votes no. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gilchrist votes no. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson, you're on mute.
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Morrow votes no. Representative Hamrick, how do you vote? Representative Hamrick, how do you vote? You are on mute. Representative Gonzalez, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gonzalez. Representative Gonzalez, how do you vote?
I vote yes, sorry.
Thank you. Representative Gonzalez votes yes. Representative Hamrick, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Hamrick votes no. Representative English and Rutinel are excused. Please close the machine. With 23 aye, 38 no, and 4 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the second Armagost Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Armagost moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to receive action taken by the committee and adopting the following Armagost Amendment L17 to Senate Bill 205 to show that said amendment passed, that Senate Bill 205 is amended passed.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the second Armagost Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask it to be properly displayed.
Thank you. It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you. So now I'm on the proper one with the reimbursement for our sheriffs and police departments. If we are going to put this mandate on them to be the middle entity between the FFL and CBI and take that person off the street that needs to be running that serial number, we as a state should do the responsible thing, not putting those unfunded mandates on our local law enforcement agencies. We should be reimbursing them for whatever costs they might have, including an FTE and the time that they might be spending that officer running that report. So I would encourage an aye vote.
Representative Espinoza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We ask for a no vote on this amendment. The bill provides an opportunity for the sheriff to impose a fee should they need to have additional resources to do this function. I would also note that we understand currently while they're doing this for pawn shops, that's an administrative function. It is not a function being done by law enforcement taking them off the streets. We'd ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the second Armagost Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Carter, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Carter votes no. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gilchrist votes no. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Morrow votes no. Representative Hamrick, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Hamrick votes no. Representative Gonzalez, how do you vote?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Representative Gonzalez votes yes. Brown. Please close the machine. With 24 aye, 37 no, and 4 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the third Armagost Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Armagost moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to receive action taken by the committee and adopting the following Armagost Amendment L22 to Senate Bill 205 to show that said amendment passed, that Senate Bill 205 is amended passed.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the third Armagost Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask it to be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So this one is creating that appeal process for the person that could be coming under this after selling, transferring a firearm through an FFL, after owning or possessing a firearm, and who knows how far back that firearm might have traded hands prior to laws in Colorado where somebody finally did report it stolen or lost. That person that wasn't involved with the loss or the theft of the firearm would not be held liable. That burden of proof can be eased on that individual by giving them this appeal process that we could provide in this bill, just giving them that extra barrier of protection in case they are innocent and can help them prove their innocence in the transfer of that firearm. So I encourage a yes vote.
Representative Espinoza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, we ask for a no vote on this amendment. We would indicate that in the circumstances presented, the individual does have an opportunity to go back to NCIC or CCIC and get that information cleared if they can demonstrate that. There's no need to bring in the judiciary and add additional costs through this process. We'd ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the third Armagost Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Carter, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Carter votes no. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gilchrist votes no. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Hamrick, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Hamrick votes no. Representative Gonzalez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gonzalez votes yes. Please close the machine. With 24 aye, 37 no, and 4 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the fourth Armagost Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Armagost moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Armagost Amendment, L21 is Senate Bill 205. To show that said amendment passed, that Senate Bill 205 is amended passed.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the fourth Armagost Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask it to be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment is going to, as the bill sponsor just spoke to the fact that these are administrative duties. This is not something that requires the hands of a law enforcement officer to click a button and initiate a serial number check. Why don't we just grant the FFL access to the CBI's lost and stolen firearm database? This takes everyone out of this chain of people or entities that this has to go through to make one simple process happen. Why not just get that where the FFL can have some sort of an app, a button, a dongle on their phone, their computer, whatever they might be able to use to simply enter their FFL number, enter a serial number, click a button for submitting, and get instant results to find out if a firearm has been lost or stolen, and boom, problem solved. I think this would be the easiest way to provide that direct access to our FFLs since we're putting this unnecessary liability on them anyway, so I encourage a yes vote.
Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We would urge a no vote on this amendment. Again, in this bill, all we're trying to do is mirror what we already do in pawn shops.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the fourth Armagost Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine. Members proceed to vote. Representative Carter, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Carter votes no. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gilchrist votes no. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Hamrick, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Hamrick votes no. Representative Gonzalez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gonzalez votes yes. Please close the machine. With 25 aye, 36 no, and 4 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the fifth Armagost Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Armagost moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Armagost Amendment, L12 to Senate Bill 205. To show that said amendment passed, that Senate Bill 205 is amended passed.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the fifth Armagost Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask it to be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So this is going to be the one that, again, takes some of that mess in the process out and makes that direct link to where somebody can just have direct access to the CBI. They can go direct to the CBI to have the CBI run the check for them rather than going through their local sheriff's office or police department. Again, it's an unnecessary bureaucracy. It's making it harder for everyone. This is going to be another reason why that is going to have to turn into a shall, because the entities are not going to want to go through the bureaucracy to simply run a background or a serial number check on a firearm. That's going to take way longer than it would just going directly to the source. So this eliminates all the mess in the bureaucracy, gives them the direct link to go direct with the CBI and get this done, rather than go around the run around in the rigmarole to get it done. So I encourage a yes vote.
Representative Espinoza.
We'd ask for a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the fifth Armagost Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Carter, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Carter votes no. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gilchrist votes no. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Hamrick, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Hamrick votes no. Representative Gonzalez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gonzalez votes yes. Please close the machine. With 28 aye, 33 no, and 4 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the 6th Armagost Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Armagost moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Armagost Amendment, L20, to Senate Bill 205, to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 205 is amended passed.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the 6th Armagost Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask that it be properly displayed.
One moment. It is properly displayed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, since we are putting the unnecessary liability on the FFL, I think the one thing we can do is at least give them some leniency on the timeline to report. By removing the timeline requirement to report, we are taking some of that liability off of them if they fail to report something that they are unsure about or unaware of until they might be made aware of something. This simply just takes the timeline out of there. They don't have that time requirement to report, thus removing a lot of that liability that we're unnecessarily putting on them. So I encourage an aye vote.
Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We would urge a no vote. Again, the liability is not created in this bill. It is already in statute. So it is not creating any new liability. This is simply a tool for the FFLs to avoid that liability and to protect our public safety. We would urge a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the 6th Armagost Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Carter, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Carter votes no. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gilchrist votes no. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Hamrick, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Hamrick votes no. Representative Gonzalez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gonzalez votes yes. Please close the machine. With 22 aye, 39 no, and 4 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the 7th Armagost Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Armagost moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Armagost Amendment, L15, to Senate Bill 205, to show that said amendment passed, that Senate Bill 205 is amended passed.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the 7th Armagost Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask it to be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Relax, everyone. There's only 5 more. We'll get through this. This amendment pushes the bill effective date to 2028. This can give our federal government time and the process that they're currently in and restructuring things with our firearms regulations on the federal level. All of those tools, all of those methodologies, and everything else that are being put in place are going to be available in time. I think if we're jumping the gun, pun intended, if we are getting the cart ahead of the horse, we are simply putting ourselves in a situation that we're going to have to fix what we're doing now later on. So I ask that we just simply put this in the bill to where we are pushing that effective date to July 1st of 2028, giving our federal government the time to complete all of their technology and infrastructure tools that they're putting into place so that we can make things a little bit more easy, a little bit more accessible, and everything can kind of mesh and meld better with all of the federal and state laws and tools that we can use for these FFLs to successfully and effectively and efficiently do what we're asking them to do in this bill prematurely. So I encourage a yes vote.
Representative Espinoza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would urge a no vote on this amendment, and let's just say we see that we've already extended this out to 2026. And the hope is during that time, we can get to the point that Representative Armagost said with the federal government. So there's no need to push this out to 2028. In doing a stakeholding, we determined that for the state to do this under CBI, we might need to take that 2028 date, which would be too long. But the federal government, we believe, will be able to have this in place, so there really won't even be an impact on our sheriffs and our police. But if there is in that short interim between 2026, which is still a year away, and when the federal government is fully operational, we will be able to cover and provide this optional service to the FFLs who want the same access that the pawn shops have now. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the 7th Armagost Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Carter, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Carter votes no. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gilchrist votes no. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Hamrick, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Hamrick votes no. Representative Gonzalez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gonzalez votes yes. Please close the machine. With 25 aye, 36 no, and 4 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the DeGraff Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative DeGraff moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to oversee action taken by the committee in not adopting the following DeGraff Amendment, L11 to Senate Bill 205, to show that Senate Amendment passed, that Senate Bill 205 is amended passed.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the only DeGraff amendment be moved to the Committee of the Whole report.
And
ask
it
that it
is
be
properly displayed. Great. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is, we discussed earlier that the law already precludes the creation of a list in this regard. What this does is it gives positive directive, what this does is it gives the agencies involved the positive direction of the disposition of records that says these records should be destroyed, as opposed to them wondering and saying, well, what should we do with these records now that we have them? Should we keep them? Should we destroy them? We certainly can't make a list out of them, but this tells them to destroy them. And that keeps you from, that precludes a de facto list, which is something that is illegal, because we know historically, and we talked about it this morning with a memorial, that registrations preclude confiscation, which preclude very bad outcomes. So I ask for an aye vote for not keeping de facto lists.
Representative Espinoza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We would ask for a no vote on this amendment. As the good representatives from El Paso properly noted, when we discussed this on seconds, it was pointed out that the statute already precludes the creation of any list or keeping this information in the law with regard to law enforcement on these kinds of circumstances. So all that data is already illegal. This is unnecessary and would make the law a little less clear. We want to always have it more clear rather than creating anything that might be conflicting. So we'd ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the only DeGraff Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Carter, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Carter votes no. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gilchrist votes no. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Hamrick, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Hamrick votes no. Representative Gonzalez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gonzalez votes yes. Yes. Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 23 aye, 38 no, and 4 excused, the amendment is lost. The motion before us is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Carter, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Carter votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Hamrick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Hamrick votes yes. Representative Gonzalez, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gonzalez votes no. Please close the machine. With 41 aye, 20 no, and 4 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar to tomorrow, Friday, April 25th, 2025, at 9 a.m., and also dress code is relaxed.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until tomorrow, April 25th.
Division.
Mr. Schiebel, please members, you are free to go. We've got some business to do before we, oh wait, announcements, folks. Thank you, Representative Sirota. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Tomorrow morning, House Appropriations will meet at 8 a.m. in the Old State Library to hear House Bills 1021, 1061, 1078, 1121, 1192, 1235, 1278, 1296, 1311, 1328, 1332, and Senate Bills 18, 53, 54, and 179.
Thank you. Now we're going to do some business. Members, you're free to go. Mr. Schiebel, reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Finance, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following Senate Bill 69 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations.
Signing of bills, resolutions, memorials.
The Speaker has
Signing of bills,
signed.
resolutions, memorials will be printed in the Journal. Delivery of bills to the Governor.
The Chief Clerk of the House of
Delivery of
Representatives.
bills to the Governor will be printed in the Journal. Message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker, the
Message
Senate.
from the Senate will be printed in the Journal. Message from the Reviser.
We herewith
Message from the Reviser will be printed in the Journal. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the House to stand in adjournment until Friday, April 25th at 9 a.m.
The House is adjourned until tomorrow, Friday, April 25th, 9 a.m.